Good morning. Happy Thursday. Good morning, Finn. Good morning, Riz. Good morning, Jakey. Good morning, Timmy. Good morning, Mrs. Finn. Good morning, Mango. Good morning, Trevor. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Maxim. Good morning, Trash. How you doing? Who the fuck am I? Who the fuck are you? Timmy! Thank you for the resubby. Appreciate it. Hi, Boxy. How you doing? Two things? Yeah? Lucy's even being extra clingy. You can't do that ever again? Uh-oh. Let's not talk about what's gonna happen in June and July. I did. Except I only managed to tan the front of my body, not the back. So now I have to flip and lay on my roof and Steam Deck or Asus ROG Ally. You have to see the difference in what games. So it's a white ass, yeah. So sunburnt girl, it's me. I got like really bad heat stroke. I'll be okay though. I'm going through like waves of being really, really cold and then can't stop sweating. But at least I'm finally sweating. Yeah. This my bachelorette was wild, guys. Like um um yeah, heat stroke sucks. But it was wild. My forehead swollen. Heat stress? Yeah, heat stress. You got drunk? You could say that. My friends are texting me. Hydrated with 100% booze doesn't work. Yeah. My like hand is swollen, my foot swollen, and my forehead swollen from all the alcohol and lack of water. But I'm working on it. Listen, when was it? Friday night, I lost my phone on the beach. And Saturday, was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday. Saturday, I found it on the beach the next day. I told Ryan, he was like, what? You didn't tell me that. It still worked? Yeah. It was in the shade. So it actually worked out. I found it like in palm tree roots. I was so lucky. Everyone there was so nice. We made so many friends. Yeah, literally, he's like, you didn't tell me. I was like, my phone was lost. And then the rest of the times, I left it in my sister-in-law's room because she had the swim-up room, so we hung out there. There was skinny dipping. There was other shenanigans. I was very, very drunk the whole time. Like, I think even like I woke up drunk. We'd go to breakfast and we immediately were getting served mimosas. How did my phone get in the bush? I probably threw it. There was a video of just like blur. Yeah, hair of the dog. Lucy looked like she was gonna cry seeing me again. Now I'm like, we can't go for a 3-week honeymoon. It's gonna be so sad. Having some OJ in the morning is good for you. Yeah, so the mimosas were actually made with, it's like 2.5 weeks. No, screwdrivers with vodka, Finn. But the mimosa was with actually passion fruit juice. Yeah, orange juice in it. No, it's not. It's no. A mimosa has orange juice. Finn, and a screwdriver is orange juice and vodka. A mimosa is champagne and juice. Most commonly orange juice. This man. Yeah, we had the people working there were literally pouring vodka down our throats when we were in the pool. Um, I was either drinking Caesars or mimosa, but not mimosa, mojito, but I'd get it with no sugar. That was my secret. Because the first night, I ended up having too much sugar. So then I was like, I really need a beer. So I drank a beer and I felt better. But mimosa or mojito with no sugar. And they were like, why no sugar? I was like, I don't need it. And they're like, you're sweet enough. We know. Time for a 7 a.m. beer. Do it. Yeah. And we had a lot of tequila shots. The tequila there was like, it hurt. It was rough. I did puke one night. I puked Monday night. I was like, tequila's only good ice cold. Tequila's only good if it's the expensive kind. Hi, Lucy. You're so cute. Yeah. I got given a bucket. You didn't pee in the poolside bar? Oh, everyone peed in the poolside bar. I mean, what? Hi, Merber. How you doing? Do, 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 do. But yeah. So Monday night we went out dancing, and then after it was like I want to go swimming. So we went back to my sister-in-law's room. We went swimming. Um, and then I didn't have any more drinks since we went dancing, and I was like feeling fine. She ordered room service because I was like, oh, I should have some food. I think I need food. So she ordered us food, and then I ate a little bit, and I was feeling fine, and then all of a sudden my head started spinning so hard. So I was like trying to breathe through it. I was like, because I was like, oh no. And then Jasmine's like, oh my God, are you falling asleep? I was like, no, I think I'm like trying to breathe through, like I'm gonna puke, trying to breathe through it. So Britta got up and got me a bucket. And then like 5 minutes later, I puked. And then it was all good. That turns blue if you pee in the pool. That doesn't happen. Swimming in pee will dehydrate you. You're a bucket. Wine and books? Mrs. Finn doesn't drink. Did you grab stripper's boobs? No, but when Jasmine was swimming in the ocean, a crab came up and pinched her boob. And she was like, what the fuck was that? And she turns around and there's just a crab like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah. Crab's got the right idea. At least the crab died happy. Yeah, a fish bit my toe. It's just like a big ass fish this big came up to me and just chomped my toe. And I screamed. And I was like, what the fuck? And I saw a bunch of really big fish. And then I was like, look it. And they like swam away so fast. And then one came and bit Hillary's toe. Frisky Mr. Krabs, yeah. No, I didn't try to catch it. Those were fast ass fishies. Did the crab go beep boop boop bop? I wish. That would have been funny. Should have tried. They were so fast. Crabs, trash, thanks for the remember. Lucky number 13. Hell yeah, brother. I was very drunk, yes. It was like, every morning I'd wake up still drunk. We'd go for breakfast, and then we would go get changed and go down to the beach. And by the time I got down to the beach, everything stopped spinning. And then the lady that takes your drink orders would come around, and I would get a Caesar, and then I would slowly like sober up. And then after like 8 Caesars, I would get drunk again. And then we'd go to the pool for whatever party was in the pool. And then we'd go back and like shower, get ready for dinner. Then dinner, they like would not stop giving us alcohol. It was so much alcohol. And then we'd go out dancing, and then we'd go to the club after, and we were in Punta Cana. We stayed in the Bahia Principe Luxury. So it was really nice. Like, it was really nice. We were treated like queens. And Finn knew all about our planes. Bahia Principe Luxury. Yeah, it was all inclusive. And we were in the luxury one. Cause there's like 6 Bahia Principes. So us being luxury, so we got the black wristband. We could go to all of them, but everyone could only go between some of them, but no one could come to us unless they were like special rewards members. And like it was all inclusive to the point that like they took our suitcases to our room for us. They took our suitcases out of our room for us. They we didn't have to touch our suitcases at all, basically. Even at the airport, when they took us to the airport, they took our suitcases to baggage drop off for us. Like we were like luxury. So you were in the White Lotus section? Probably. And then we made friends with a few of the guys that work there. So a couple of the bartenders and then a few of the entertainment boys. So they would always go dancing with us. If you were a man, they probably wouldn't have helped you, Finn, don't worry. Yes, a Caesar contains vodka, clamato, hot sauce, and Worcestershire, and a lime. We will see the Haraja Cube and Asmodon in the next seasonal boss. Yeah, so Riz asked ChatGPT to see what ChatGPT thinks their season will be, and it sounded pretty cool. Yeah, or gin. It could also have rum or whiskey. Jasmine gets her Caesars with whiskey. Were any of them Russian? We did meet a Russian couple. That's about it. There was this one woman from Argentina. Her name was Andrea, and goddamn, she was probably in her like late 40s, early 50s, maybe, but she was hot. Like she had the best body ever. I was like, damn. And then she was dancing with me. She was there with her husband. I don't have photos with Andrea. I didn't have my phone. Yeah, no, all the workers were all from the DR. Jasmine likes her whiskey. It's okay. I've had Caesar with tequila. Nobody took pictures? Listen, the phone got left on the beach. Yeah, we can't have too much evidence. But also, we met this other girl. I forget her name. Fuck. But she was an Olympic bodybuilder and she was #1 for Argentina. I met a famous person. I wonder if I could find her. Yeah, she let me feel her biceps. Um, I'm determined to find her. That's not her. This could be her. Let me see. Cat. Hmm. That's not her. Damn it. There's a lot of Argentinian bodybuilders, but they're just showing me everything and not the Olympics. Damn it. I'll find her later. Did they speak English? Like very little. I got a volleyball to the face too. Should I ask to touch her pecs? Teehee. Did I meet your wife? Maybe. Just like back home. Yeah. And then my sunglasses got messed up, but at least they're still in one piece. So, and since they're all plastic, I'll go back to the optometrist store thing and ask if they can fix it because they're just a little bendy. You found more issues on the main company website? Is that dude gonna get fired? You're supposed to use your hands to hit the volleyball? I was gonna. And then it went straight for my face. Yeah, Finn. Why don't you want Ryan to be here? You don't think I will tell you the juicy details with Ryan being here? I told him everything. $1,000 warning. Wow. You feel like you missed out on a lot of info yet? Yeah, you did. I'm not telling you everything. I told Ryan everything, and Ryan was like, really? Like, really? That's it? I told him about the crab. There was booba. There was Oh, there was a lot of booba. Fuck. Why are you leaving Finn? Dramatics, dramatics. Information with else. Cause it has to be. Hi Brian, doing well, how you doing? He's having a tantrum. You missed stream on breaks? Well, I'm back. I might be a little dead. And my lights might be having a tantrum. Fane, stop making my lights have a tantrum. Except now you can't Polish. Well, happens. Maybe you should listen to Polish audiobooks. Gotta go to work? Nice. Hope you have a good day at work. The other girl could go policy. Bodybuilder was the girl. She was fun. She was fun to play volleyball with. Hey, what else? I met two Korean girls, and I told them that Korean food is amazing. I told them how Box took us to Koreatown in LA, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's like actually good. Like it's really close to what we have at home." I was like, "Yeah, it was freaking amazing." Smug. I have it. We have 4 of them, except they're all different colors. The PTR is probably Tuesday, I think. I'm assuming. We'll find out about it today, is the campfire chat. Did I introduce them to Tong? If Tong answered my messages. Hi, your food is amazing. Aw. GGG made a big PoE2 patch announcement last night. Big quality of life improvements. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I know. But like Tong has to like answer. Mango needs to be eaten. Yeah. Mango's ready and ripe for a Tong. Just got PC, but your first PTR to play. Ah, nice. Do a collab stream this weekend? We're busy, Ryan. After. We'll see. After. You're busy with the stream. We'll see, Ryan. Yeah. We owe the people. We do. I said that we'd do it after we're back. Screaming. So west from this tiny box. Hey! Zero Burn, thank you for the gifty. What up, dude? Appreciate it. Maxim, thank you for the resubby. Appreciate it. Watch this marriage crumble from gaming. Water break? Bet. Stay hydrated. Don't go on a 4-day bender, only drink like 2 bottles of water in total. Drive because of gaming? Hopefully. Until Misha kills you in hardcore. Teehee. In water causes rust, but water lubricates my joints. I wonder. Hopefully my voice will be back fully tomorrow. My voice was like completely gone yesterday. Therefore you don't drink it. Also, Ryan, where did all the cat toys go? The kitties are going nuts. There was lots of screaming. We were woo girls. Ryan injects coffee. Hi, Goosey. The coils are MIA. Might need to go get more. In the corner beside the tree. Oh. Because they're like going nuts. Oh, I played First Ascendant? No. I'm not really into shooters. So I was like, eh. Hi, Gio. It was great. Had a lot of fun. Can go tonight? Okay. Sounds good. Riz, thank you for the biddies. We got a choo-choo train. Choo-choo. It's choo-choo. Jakey, thanks for the 5 gifties. Appreciate it. We did it. Type train level up. Woo! Time to lose my voice more. Da 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 da. Oh, there's a spill the tea emote that we can unlock with the hype train. That's like perfect for what's happening right now. Amazing. Support your Advil fund for future hangovers. Yeah. My sister-in-law is like full mama bear on traveling, so she definitely had all the Advil. I only needed it like twice. This is great. I see our PC's getting used to mouse and keyboard controls. Yeah, but soon enough there'll be muscle memory for you. Get Territor. What's that? Liquid IV or Pedialyte? I should. I don't know if we get Liquid IV here. I've never seen it here. Giant cats. Yeah, she's sick of the desk. She's going to her little bed. Hi, baby. But Lucy, her eyes were so weepy when I came home. I'm like, that's smoke. Cold soup? Costco sometimes sells 30 packs of Liquid IV. I wonder if they have it. Let me see. Where's the Costco app? Same as Italy. Oh, I guess there is Liquid IV. It's Firecracker Bombay Pop Junior flavor. Yeah. UK ones look like a weird face. And then everyone else has the dots. That's fast. Firecracker Bombay Pop Junior. It's too hard. It's $35 for 30 of them. Hi, Pigeon. How you doing? Booby crab? Cause more chaos. Oh boy. Have fun. Good luck. Ozzy outlets look like the Scream mask. I need to see. Wait. Oh yeah, they do. So in the DR, the plugs worked for both EU ones and North America ones, which is kind of cool. Chaos! Just ate 2 chicken salad sandwiches on croissants. Nice. Into those any plugs a lot of Southeast Asia is nice. Yeah, that is nice. I have two EU adapter or EU wall plugs for USB things. And then I managed to get like a world's kit from Apple for my laptop. So I need to find it. Because it was really cheap. Trash, thank you for the reprime. Appreciate it. Chaos. Finn needs a hug. Yeah. Finn left. He's upset. We did it. Choo choo. I better have gotten the spill of tea. Oh, I got a different one. I'm sad. It's magnifying me. Or you. Dum, dum, dum. Oh shit. I'm gonna have to add more cats to the thingy. Boob for trash. Crab got game? He do. He pinched the boob. The fish got fish foot fetishes. Fish foot fetishes. They went for the toe. Poop for trash. Poop for trash. Must be American. I mean, I feel like I've seen a lot more foot fetishes come from non-Americans. That's just personal experience. Ding, 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 ding. But my hand is so swollen. It's going down though. Hopefully I'll be okay soon. Soon enough. Americans use foot every day. True. But yeah. It was because they couldn't figure out, someone one day couldn't figure out how a centimeter works. Butts? There was a lot of butts on the beach. Like, I actually, like, my sister-in-law got me, like, a skimpy bikini for minimal tan lines. And I actually felt like I was more clothed than everyone else. Everyone had thongs on. Show me that thong, 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 thong. Feels so dirty when you go on Twitch. Don't judge Twitch like that. Did it originate in England? I guess, yeah, that's true. England is kind of confused though, because they use like stone, and then they also use metric for some things. So they have like their own, they have imperial, they have metric, so they're just confused. You read a story that the measurement was on its way, but the pirates stole it? Huh? Wasn't a topless beach? No. There was a nude beach, but it was not on our resort. And I didn't really have interest in going there because usually nude beaches are always like creepy men. Puerto Rico's the most confusing. Speed limits all listed in MPH, like mainland USA, but distances listed in kilometers. What? Why? Just pick one. That's frustrating. Yeah, and the DR uses, you can either use the Dominican peso or US dollars. And I was like, damn, the US conversion for us sucks so bad. But I guess it's great for them when they're getting stuff in US dollars, but wait, actually, you're not that creepy. Says the guy who always says, is she hot? I think they're forced to use MPH like USA because the speed limit signs They looked exactly the same except written in Spanish. Yeah. And I guess they're like, are they a republic of the US? Or what's the other one? Nude beaches had issues with crab pinching. Good thing you didn't go. Well, they happened on the non-nude beach too. But some of the employees that we befriended would like ask us to like get them booze and also food sometimes. One guy like sat on my chair and he's like he didn't really speak English at all and he was like baby hungry because he called himself baby. Oh, the territory. Okay. I forgot the word for territory. All Puerto Ricans are US citizens and can move anywhere in the USA. Interesting. I actually didn't know that until earlier this year. I even have a non-nude beach. It's like non-alcoholic beer. I don't know. But yeah, the one guy came up and sat on my chair and he's like, baby hungry, baby hamburger. And I was like, you want me to go get you a hamburger? He's like, yeah. And so Hillary and Lissa went and did it. And then he like put it in my lap. He's like, you hungry, you hungry. Here's your food. And then he would like eat it. Make sure no one was looking. DR is not a part of the US and Haiti shares its land. Yeah. We met a lot of Haitians. Spain, you're allowed to just take off your top at any beach or park. Yeah. They're a little bit more liberal with that. I feel like Europe in general, like, just is less like, oh my god, boobies. They're just like, it's a body. They're cool. Bruh, sup? What are you brahing us for? Yeah, let's be more like that. Wouldn't you like that? Gotta move to Europe. You lose cognitive function around exposed female breasts. Sounds like a you problem. Everywhere outside North America is like that. Boobs were allowed to be shown on network TV in Australia after 9 p.m. or something. Yeah. I feel like they used to definitely be shown on TV here after a certain time, but it stopped when I was like 12. Yeah, it's just a body. It is just a body. Trash also loses cognitive function. It's just boobs, guys. If Finn was here, he would come yell at me. When needs to assimilate anyway. Went into booby land. Very distracted when I was talking to this lady when she had her top off, having casual conversation. Yeah. Nothing is just booba to a guy. But like, it's true, it's just boobies. Yeah, they're soft and squishy. But it's just boobies. I met someone from Chile there too. It's just boobies. And before my follow count cuts in half. Because I said it's just boobies. You guys have to have that mentality if you want to have the European lifestyle where you could just take off your top and it's fine. If you want to see more boobies, you gotta pretend that they're just boobies. Young age guys are taught that everything good comes from a boob or a bottle. So are girls. Girls are also breastfed. It's not just guys. But then also in North America, people get disgusted when people want to breastfeed their baby. I'm not saying everyone is like that, but there's a lot of people like that, and it's like kind of weird that they're disgusted by it. Boobs are universally a good thing. Yes. Apparently, a boob squeeze a day can expand or yeah, expand or lengthen, not expand, lengthen a man's lifespan. When you're a D&D player's best friend or kid at the game table and nobody cares. And that's how it should be. Like, it's literally life. But, like, I watched a video of a old couple getting really upset that a young mom went out with her mom for, like, a new mom went out with her mom for a nice, like, mommy-daughter brunch. And she was breastfeeding her baby. She covered up. And she's like, oh my God, that's disgusting. Like, go to the bathroom. They started yelling at her. And then the employees took those people's side. They were like, nah, you can't do that here, and kicked them out of the restaurant. First European settlers in any were a bunch of prudes. We still have many of those old Puritan laws here in New England. Yeah, that's true. That's why they left Europe. Because they're like, we don't like it here. It's too liberal. Must be America's. I actually did hear about one girl that I went to high school with. Like, she had a baby and she was trying to breastfeed on a bench, and someone like said something to her, and she was like covered up and stuff. And she was like, I don't fucking care. Like, this is my baby. I'm trying to feed my baby. My current table consists just two married couples, the kids under 2 years old. It's sure. Yeah, that's normal for them. They've all recently went through it. It'll lengthen something for sure. Yeah, you guys do have the same brain cell that you're sharing. Sup, Jestress? How you doing? My sellotape a duck to each of my feet. Will I be able to fly? Probably not. Maybe, like, get some, like, giant ass helium balloons to help you too. Get a little lift. Need to release these ducks then? Those poor ducks. Tech phone call. Who you calling about those ducks? Hi, Lay. For Lay. Casino. How was the party? It was nuts. Like, I knew that we were gonna be wild, but I didn't think that we were gonna be buck wild. I probably shouldn't be saying this on the internet. Oh, hi, Sino. How you doing? Hoop for lay. But yeah, no one died. No one got hurt. No buck wild. But when we were walking to the club Friday night, my sister-in-law started to fall, and she didn't want to like fall and scrape. So she basically just tuck and rolled and she did a somersault and got right back up. And it was the most epic thing I ever saw. Her entire arm was bruised, but she was like, that was better than having a giant scrape and then being irritated for the rest of the trip. Yeah, basically parkour, but on the floor. No, none of us got on camera. I had lost my phone on the beach that night. So my phone was lost on the beach and I didn't have it. And then I found it the next day in the sand under a tree. I lost my glasses, I think Sunday? Maybe it was Monday. Yeah. A crab pinched Jasmine's boob when she was swimming. Hi, Chetra. How you doing? Yeah, so Jasmine was swimming and she felt a pinch on her boob. And she screamed and was like, "What the fuck?" And she turns around and it was a crab. Ooh, when's the baby due? Everyone's having babies. Babies. Is it a boy or girl, do you know? Or is it a surprise? You tell me? Huh? Is it today? Are you at the hospital right now? Hi, Jao. Sup? Crabs walk on the bottom. How's her boob on the bottom? It was swimming. I'm pregnant? I'm not pregnant. Crabs swim? That's what I learned while on the trip. Hi, Lethal. Bye, Lethal. Why are you saying I'm pregnant? Hi, Kala. What up? How you doing? Why am I saying I'm not? Because I'm not? Why would I be? I mean, I didn't know either, Sino. I had to see it to believe it. Yeah, I will be co-streaming the PTR campfire chat. How unnatural is that? I wonder. Let me see. How often do crabs swim up? Oh, crabs don't swim up continuously. They typically swim upwards when they need to get to the surface to breathe or to catch a ride on the current. So I guess it does happen. Andre, yeah, there's a campfire chat today. Then we'll find out what the PTRs for the next new season, and we'll find out more info about it later today. 1 o'clock my time. 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock? Riz? I think it's at 2. Let me see. Yeah, I think it's at 2. Yeah, it's at 2. Yes, I will be, Liu. Yeah. Because right now it's 950 for you, Lethal. You ever got to play all week? Yeah, so 1 year time, yeah. I haven't played all week either. But I mean, it's okay. I will play Diablo 1 one day. One day eventually. I'm a little fuzzy. Hey, you can just listen. Just listen in. Dzień dobry. Witam. Jak tam? And whenever people that I didn't want to talk to started talking to me, I would just say no anglais. And they'd be like, yeah, you English. You speak English. I'm like, no. And then I would start speaking in Polish. That was funny. Dobrze. Jeszcze myślę, że nareszcie mój krew nie jest 100% alkohol. Bobry? Bobr. Myślę, przez 4 dni tylko piłam 1 litr wody i reszta było alkohol. Bardzo dużo alkohol. Ej, wczoraj spałam. Prawie cały dzień. Those jeans can handle that. I mean, I'm still alive, right? Somehow. Somehow. But, yeah. I guess it might be time to open up some D4. If I even remember how to play this game. I'm ready for a nap, though. I'll have some more tea. What up, John boy? How you doing? It was fucking nuts. It was nuts. It was we went to Punta Cana. All inclusive. Very luxurious. Like we were treated like queens. Food was amazing. I ate a fuck ton of passion fruit since it's so expensive to get here. And yeah. Needed the fruit to keep me alive. And then like we had so much seafood. Oh, fucking love seafood. And just so much alcohol. And even at one restaurant, they sent us back to our rooms with 3 bottles of wine. So we didn't open the wine and then we took it home. So I was like, hell yeah. I did. Red snapper. I did have red snapper. I also tried sea urchin. That was so good. I don't know if it's always made like this, but it was basically like a clam chowder, but with sea urchin. And I was like, holy shit. Yeah. And the snapper, I don't know if I got a photo of, I don't think I got a photo of it, but it was like, it was at the same restaurant that the sea urchin was at. Mango got another job? Did you give up on that one? Oh, you were at the other one? This one's on Saturday, new one starts Monday. Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at let me see if I got a photo of my red snapper. I did. So it was like this. This is like quinoa, a red snapper, and there was like a sauce mix that they gave. And then I think that was scallops. And then oh, I didn't get a photo of the sea urchin. That dessert in that restaurant was really good. And then I had these bubbly drinks. I told Riz I would take a photo of every drink, and then I didn't because I lost my phone. I was doing good until I wasn't. The new job's for like 4 months or longer. Oh, 4-day work schedule, 10-hour days. That's good. You'll actually get a break and not get burnt out super fast. Where is it? What else did I have that was really good? I tried papaya. I've never had papaya before. I've only had papaya like juice. So that was cool. Pivo, pivo, pivo. It was Presidente pivo. Kirkland Lakes are kind of close to home. That's not bad. Hydrate. And we tried to go surfing, but the waves were really low the entire time. They're like, you gotta wait for hurricane season. I hope there's vodka in there. I don't think I can. When we would be in the pool, the bartenders, well, not the bartenders, the employees, the entertainment boys would grab a bottle of vodka from behind the bar and pour it into our mouths. It was kind of nuts. Jasmine got vodka in her eye. I was like, you got an eye cleanse. Hell yeah. Ugh. My body is so sore though. So much dancing. So much party. Alright, I gotta pee though. I gotta boot up D4. Bow, 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 bow. I'll be right back. I'm here. Damn. Look at them eyeballs. 1 second. It was Ping Pong Bonger. Bonger messaged me while I was away. And he's like, what are you up to? And I just replied with alcohol. Cat. Meow. Know what to do about these ducks? How long have you had said ducks? Can you let them assimilate back into the real world? 2 days? Oh, they'll be fine. Just let them go. Damn. I will do a nightmare dungeon then. Oh, hi, Mike. Maybe I am secretly gone forever. Teehee. Give it away, give it away. I'll just go. It's fine. Oh, did everything get spicier? How do I play this game? Might be addicted to boops. Happens. Boop. I feel like they made the laser beam bigger. Yeah, but you have to actually take care of them ducks. I take care of my raccoon. He's well fed. He also gets long breaks. Your party's too hard. He got to go to Punta Cana too. Oh, I forgot the funniest part. Guys, I cock-blocked someone real hard because he made my friend sad. It was great. So Friday night, we went to the white party that was on the beach, and there was these two dudes from England, and like they were on the prowl, and I was like, they better not talk to us. And then of course, eventually, one dude started talking to Jasmine, and they made out, and then his lipstick was all over her lipstick was all over his face. It was funny. And then after, he was like, oh, I'll see you guys at the club. And then And then we get to the club and he's making out with another girl. And Jasmine got upset because she was like, that was my man for the night. And she was like, I'm gonna go tell that girl. I was like, bet, I'll come with you. I'll tell the other girl. So I was like, hey girl, you're too hot to be with that loser. And then we told her what happened, and she's like, oh my god, and she just like full on walked away. And we started laughing, and then we left the dude. He didn't say anything to us. And then later, we were dancing with those two girls, partying with them. And then after they left, and we saw, after we cockblocked the British dudes, they left. And then they came back, and then they were trying again with two other girls. So I did it again. I was like, hey girl, those guys are losers. Like, don't do it. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, thank you so much. And then they slowly just like drifted away from them. Listen, it's not fucked up. He full on had a chance with Jasmine. And then he fucked up. And yeah, it was super funny. I think that was actually Saturday night, not Friday night, but he created it himself. Oh, he'll be fine. They don't know the rules of not mixing up girls in the same place in the same night. Yeah, literally. Like, I'm sorry, but if he didn't say meet me at the club, it would have been different. But he literally said, I'll see you there, meet me there. And like was basically like, are you coming? Like, you're for sure coming. Like, he kept pushing it. So he fucked up. So my sister-in-law said that the first girl that he was talking to and Jasmine looked the same from the back because they had the same hair and like same height, blah blah blah. So she's like, maybe that. But then after, the next girl was a different story. Liam! 11 months! Thanks for the resubby. Appreciate it. How you doing? But yeah, it was funny. Don't fuck with my friend's feelings. And like, you know, Jasmine was really drunk too, so she was like sad. Couldn't have my bestie be sad. So one night stand, what feelings? She was drunk and she was like, being single fucking sucks, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, girl, these aren't even dudes that you'll ever see again. Like, so why do you care so much? But she was really drunk, so I was gonna make sure that one guy didn't have a good night because she didn't have a good night. But she was full on ready to bang that guy. A solid rabbit? Huh? Yeah. to bring the other girls and make it a group thing. Honestly, she probably would have. She probably would have. I guess so, Guan. You can hop, skip, jump. Oh, Mega! What up? You'll be her sugar daddy? There you go. She was like, guys, I really just want to travel and not have to work. A lip sticker person? Oh, a lipstick? Meh, we were going out. We wanted to look nice. We're doing it for ourselves, not for you. Not much, really? None at all? A solid rabbit's gonna... What do you mean, rabbit? You want that sticky shit on you? Not all lipstick is sticky. I don't get the sticky stuff. Thanks, Panda. Appreciate it. Jasmine's was? No, just because hers was stampy, not sticky. There's difference. Just because it smears everywhere doesn't mean it's sticky. Boom, boom, boom. Pull the lever! Give me my treasure. Ooh, there's a treasure gobby in here. Some people like that, Mango. They get their peace and quiet for a bit. Ryan was originally gonna go to be a crane operator. So he was like, oh, I'll be like gone for several weeks at a time. And then he looks at me, he's like, you'd be fine with that though. Which, I don't like that you would be fine with that. Oh my. My only single friend is Jasmine. Actually, no, wait. I have 2 single friends. Except one of them is like... She's the biggest ghost. Like, you try to make plans with her, and she's impossible to hang out with. Working construction, you can't do camp jobs. Oh, you're a dildo? Like a, or a vibrator, I guess? If you... The idea of not seeing your wife and kid every day kind of kills you. That's valid. I did miss Ryan a lot when I was gone, but I didn't tell him. And I missed the kitties too. And the kitties missed me. They gave me the biggest sniff ever. Like, you could hear it like... Oh my god, I thought I died. That was the longest freeze ever. I lost my phone, yeah. True. Damn, you need a woman's opinion. Need a sunflower. Or Liv goes to them or Saturdays. Maybe they have a good one that they like. Oh, Ryan, the first thing, he came running out to my sister-in-law's car when we arrived. He gave me the biggest hug. He's like, I miss you so much. I don't think you're using vibrators on your cat, Guan. Nah. Lethal. Oh boy. Heads are in the gutters. True. Get loose. Your trip next week, you have a whole bag that's just boxes of Pokemon cards. You bringing them to me? I guess I can just push that all the way to the end. I want 151 cards. June 6th till June?
You look like you've seen battle.
Oh yeah. Uh-oh, how you gonna bring me salmon?
The open road is nice, but I did miss civilization.
But like, looks like the first one's on sale. They all look the same. How much are 151 boosters there? Damn, do, do. Bow, 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 bow. My... Where's the motherfuckers? Hold on. They constantly change their website and it's dumb. Pokemon booster packs. 151, $15. Oh, that's Japanese. I don't even think you can get single booster packs of 151. I really want the Venusaur box though. Oh yeah, okay. They're out of stock, but they're 16 bucks. The what bundle? The Venusaur bundle? Or the booster bundle? The booster bundle is not $100. Yeah, there's the Venusaur box is $200. In EU, they're like €110. Holy fuck, that's expensive. But 151 booster bundle is sold out, so that's probably the old price. Work on your emergent project, and apparently the whole company is talking about. I hope they don't. Hope you don't F it up. I believe in you. Locked out walking into a store and got 2 prismatic evolution binder box set. MSRP? Damn. Bringing 12 of them, you can get them for 60 USD. Sheesh. Which is like... Let me see. 83 Canadian dollars. Yeah, there was a store that had the Prismatic Evolutions booster boxes for 150 bucks a box, but they sold it to my nieces for 120 because they're kids, so they knew that the kids would open it. So that was nice. They're like, but we can't go much lower because then we don't make any money. You can see the poster box with 3 packs in, selling for 35. That's not bad. Usually that's like 29. Nap time. Go get a coffee. I forgot. Oh, I was gonna look up the thing. I just closed the link. Prismatic poster collection is 50. 151 poster collection's 50. The 151 one's in stock though. The other one isn't. Damn. Ooh. Do it. Go to Pokemon Center. No coffee or not even a trailer to have lunch in? Oh no! Heck. I don't remember what the last pit was I did. We'll just try this. Going to Dallas in July for a buddy's wedding. Ooh, nice. I'm going to Nashville in July. For Jasmine's birthday. She's a country girl and wants to go see country music stuff. Mm-hmm. She's a very country girl. They had bring your tractor to school day in high school. Food was okay. I'm honestly probably just gonna get whatever's cheapest. Because it's gonna be an expensive trip, especially right after the honeymoon. Yeah, there's a few of them. I don't know who her favorite country artist is, but I know Carrie Underwood is up there because she just saw Carrie Underwood recently. I would go for that, especially the All-American Rejects. She likes the flaming lips too. And apparently there's a cowboy boot store that after 2 a.m. you can buy a pair of cowboy boots and get the second pair free. So she wants to go there, and then I'll get a pair and she'll get a pair and we'll split the cost. I'm the bad influence? Damn. Why, 'cause you're gaming now? You didn't game all week while I was gone? Ryan's gotta get some cowboy boots. But he wants to come to Nashville too, so maybe he'll get some there. No, you're working? Hmm. I'm more interesting than work anyway, it's fine. Lethal, no! That's deadly. Oh my god. Nobody wears cowboy boots around here. You get funny looks if you wear them. They're actually pretty commonly worn. Juan, you're being bad. I don't know why Piranha's bad. There. And bean boots? Wait, what are bean boots? Wanna go? You can't chomp that loud. Okay. Apparently they bark. But with gloves. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I went and took your Fed test Tuesday, right? Waiting to see if they're gonna issue you your waiver if you pass. The anxiety is real. It's okay, Maxim, I got you. Damn. I feel like a lot of stuff used to have like a lifetime warranty, and slowly it just gets less and less. Like Lululemon, for example, they used to have a lifetime warranty on stuff. If you got a hole in it and it was something that they could fix, they would repair it. But if they couldn't repair it, then they would just replace it. And then they also did free alterations. And now I think they might still do the alterations, but I don't know. Because I would get stuff altered to be shorter. Hi, Jakey. Welcome back. But now I don't think that they have their lifetime warranty on clothes. And I definitely used it twice. One time when my shirts ripped down the side, so they replaced it. They said you can pick anything at this value. And it was something I got on sale too, so I got a new shirt at full price out of it. And then another time, Jasmine tripped over my leg when I was sitting on the floor, and she put a hole in my leggings because her boot got caught, and then they just replaced it for free too. Wish you had lifetime warranty on yourself. If only. I feel like putting warranty on socks is kind of crazy. Aren't you getting a new leg? Or you get a real leg. You're 28 Paragon Slacker? That's okay. I'm not sweaty about it. Not a real one? You go get a real one? True. Maybe one day the technology will be that good. You broke the terms and conditions on your liver's warranty? Yeah. I'm pretty sure my liver will never recover from this weekend. Like, I'm twitching. I think I'm going through alcohol withdrawals. You're too old? Maybe they'll freeze you. And then somehow make this injection that makes you age backwards. The campfire chat is in 3.5 hours. And I'll co-stream it. We'll have all the news. Agua. Bye, Lethal. Don't work too hard. You've had enough of this evil world. Understandable. You just want to be smart? You are smart. You know your fish. I actually lost some health there. Where's this bubble coming from? Go, buddies, go. I have no barrier. Damn. It's kind of rough. I did it. With me. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. 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 I'm a dinger. How's my dex? Let me check. $389. I think I need much more. Much more than that. There, look. Got more. Okie dokie, Mango. Good luck. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. BRB. I'm here. But how much? What's your vulnerable damage, Maxim? Need to redo some of these. That one's okay. That one I got twice. I need to redo this one. Let's hope I don't run out. Good job, Riz. Did you get any gold? I'm gonna run out. Like vulnerable damage. I'll take it. Damn it. I'll just keep going. Fuck it. Damn it. I'll go get more Obduse. 2 golds? Wow. You're loaded. Alright. My vulnerable damage is 1342.1. Let me do my ring again. It's wet out there. Moist. Moist.
Anything could be lurking here.
Give that. Do 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 do. To avoid all of my fears and paranoia. Readjust the numbers. I still feel like I am kind of slow in the as I'm going up in pits. I'm very slow, but maybe I'll get enough EXP and get more dex in, get more crit damage, crit chance. I mean. Think to avoid all of the fears and paranoia. I'm able to get past level 47 in the pit. Try 48, got smashed. Are you close to me in Paragon now? I know you were a bit under before. Been playing Marvel's Rivals. Sheesh. Haven't played that at all. I didn't really feel like interest in it. 206? Okay, you're pretty close. That's pretty good though. Hi Narok. New job but 5 years in counting? Are you suffering with a bit of imposter syndrome over there, Narok? Like the original Overwatch and feels like a proper sequel to it? Nice. I only played a little bit of Overwatch 2 because I got bullied into playing it by Tong and JC. Liz really fumbled Overwatch 2. They have a habit of doing that. Just Blizzard things. Yes, Liu. You're up for Overwatch 2, let's play. I don't like shooters though. Only main one character and people say that's toxic. I don't think that's toxic. You find what you like and you play it. Video games are supposed to be for your enjoyment. I just go in and press buttons. I think I just figured out my build a little better. Derp. There we go. Look at all my buddies. Woo! I got slurped. What the heck? I didn't like that. That's never happened to me before. People don't like it when you don't switch and they lose. Well, they can suck it. It's their fault. There was a loss. Damn. There are other spells than the laser. I have 3 other ones. But the laser is the best one for a channeled skill. If I was doing like double swing, I wouldn't be able to use the channel. The laser beam. So apparently I have this. This is like my main baby though. Oh, but I'll take the chaos. My life be like chaos. Chaos. Damn. Too bad. So sad. That it's not strength on the GA site, first GA.
What's left, you ask?
Good job. Give me a juicy 3 GA.
Well, shame that. Go one more.
Ew,
Greetings.
gross.
How shall I guide my armor?
Okay, not that time then, I guess. Resolute. 2 resolutes. Chicka chicka. Do, 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 do. We get some more abducite. The 3 S's. 4 S's. God damn it. Why they gotta leave like that? Tribute of Harmony. Lame. Alright, Nightmare Dungies it is. Fuck Endless Gates. Where's that Mariner's Refuge? Bing bong. Ding ding ding. Do. Do do do. Damn. Wait, ditch work and play video games? Do it. Do it, you won't. Only if it doesn't get you in too much trouble. Damn hot in this truck making you want to pass out. I thought you were going for a nap? Or were you just joking? Excuse me. Does the truck have windows? Cause it's freaking cold outside. Hi Finn, welcome back. How you doing? It's so cold outside, we had to turn the heat back on. You miss me? Why am I here? Don't be sad. Yeah, it's like 8 Celsius today. In a long 6 days. Teehee. Temperature won't even break 50 today. Yeah, and it's like raining. And it's supposed to be like this until next Thursday. Or even longer than that. It's supposed to be like this for over a week. This Finn made meatballs. Woo! See? You can thank me for that. Windy and rainy. Yeah, it was so windy. I wanted to like sit in my egg chair yesterday and read with a blankie, but it was too windy. Yeah. My mom's like, why didn't you bring back this warmth with you? I'm like, I tried. I hope this is like it though. Diablo weather. Diablo weather would be hot. So cold. It's a towel though. You're using a towel as a blankie. Wash your car and start raining. It's all your fault. You can't wash your car. It always makes it rain. And so you're going to the Netherlands tomorrow? You can go visit Finn. Yeah, Finn. You got another visitor coming. Hey, do. Don't be mean, Finn. We don't want to send people away. Unless Jasmine's coming. You have a wife. Jasmine would actually come, though. She wants to see the world. She'll like Jasmine, too. Except Jasmine doesn't really read. Nope, he's not, but there was someone else that hung out here from there. I think. Where was that other guy from, Finn? Wasn't he from there? Or was that just like his name started with a U? I don't know. Which guy? The other Dutch guy that came here for like a week and then disappeared. You talked to him a lot. No, Finn hates Amsterdam. Yes. Damn. Steady as she goes. Dun, 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 dun. Bow, 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 bow. Boom. Did it. Oh, we thought you just assumed their identities, Finn. Okay, let's see. Boop. 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 Nope. Why am I lagging? Boop, boop. Boop. I like that. Yeah, it's okay. I don't like that, but I guess it's better than what I had. What, assume? Assume is not a big word. Pow, 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 pow. It does have ass in it. Bore, 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 bore. All words are big. Yeah, that's true. Finn doesn't know how to read. But his wife does, so he's at least covered in that aspect. A Bakroon! Finally, I did it! Mm-hmm. 6 letters. Yes, selective reading and listening. True. Show me. Show me. Show me. Yes. Eh! Legendary. I've been looking for this rune. That's the last thing that I need. Maybe I'll be gooder now. Give me a link. Okie dokie. I don't know why they take so long to ship. Like, Owl Crate is like 2 to 3 weeks. Like, why? What does it do? You travel 5 meters and then whatever you attach to it, it does. So if something says you explode every time X is met, so the X would be the travel 5 meters, so I would explode every 5 meters. That was just like a random. Okay, let me see this book. Wow. Oh, the Knight and the Moth. That's so nice. Now I'm sad I don't have it. Oh, damn. Is it like lower cham rare? Yes. Say I've been looking for it this entire season, Liu. I swear to stop hating. You're a meatball. They have a golden 5090 GPU with 7 grams of pure 999 gold. Damn, that seems excessive. Excuse me. You started disliking meatballs? Maybe you're only getting crappy meatballs, not made by Mrs. Finn. AKUSD? That's whack. Messed up my buttons. Almost died. Dun 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 dun. You can definitely fry meatballs. Polish people definitely fry their meatballs. We're not saying in a deep fryer, dingus. Not like French fries. Fry them on a pan. Polish people put everything in a pan? True. I was like, Mama, let's bake the salmon. I don't want it greasy. Okay, let me just fry it first and then we can put it in the oven. I'm like, you put too much oil. I wanted it fried. Yeah. You fry it in a pan. Fries in the pan were the worst. I've made fries in a pan. They actually turned out good before I had an air fryer. I feel like that back room made me super chaotic. It's only Scottish people fry meatballs, but it's only because they'll literally deep fry anything. Yeah. It's... Hi, Craig. Doing good. Yeah, I'm starting to learn the air fryer. Except I burnt my sweet potato fries. They were like not cooking, and then they went like burnt. And I was like rotating them and stuff. Scares me every time I get frozen. Seen people putting raw cut potatoes into an air fryer so they didn't turn out like fries and don't understand why. Oh, is that why they didn't turn out? Because they were raw? Do I need to do something else? Oh, hi, Rye. Enjoy your lunch. You kind of have to pre-fry them. I see. Just like lightly. My barb. Yeah. I just did it wrong. But maybe I'll do it right next time. I'm gonna do some Brussels sprouts in the air fryer tonight. You like it, Ryan? Ryan, a happy guy with his lunch? Wee. My leg just twitched so much. If only. I'm working on some sour bread right now. Hopefully it's rising. The starter didn't rise as much as I wanted it to, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Brain massage? Would Jasmine be as good as Misha? I don't know. When I cooked her dinner, when she came over last, she was like, whoa. Wait. This one has... Yeah, this, what I'm using. Is it Thol Rune? Did I just see it? Yeah, Frost Nova. You just can't really see it because there's so much going on. What's up, Jail? How you doing? Da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Oops. I have to see who makes the better lunch. I have a feeling it would be me. In her past relationship, her ex-boyfriend was the one who did all the cooking, so... Oh no! Refresh, refresh! Oh, you know. Still trying to recover after the trip. How you doing? How was your Vegas trip? Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Also, thanks for the subby, Rick. He did sub, he has a kitty. Buckle up, Finn's here. Never fear. It's rad. Let's go. Beep beep. Oh yeah. There was what happens in Punta Cana stays in Punta Cana. No, I did tell some funny stories. But some things I can't say. Which
Please,
right?
take it back from Let it in.
Craft table's dope. Did you make a lot did you win a lot of money? I wanna go to Sphere. Don't worry, Finn. You're loved. Don't be a crybaby. You got special photos from Rick? Ooh. You did? Hell yeah, brother. You lost your money? Mango, no! Dun, 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 dun.
Such power.
Do, 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 do. Dan, 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 dan. Bubbles. Build numbers 3 times and won over 3 grand. Hell yeah, let's go. Congrats. Is Whirlwind that good? It's the earthquakes that are the good part. Oh, Mango. How you gonna be Jasmine's sugar daddy then? I want my voice back. Guess Blizzard didn't learn that from WoW. That overcomplication alienates people. Yeah. A lot of reason why some people don't like this game is because of the Paragon. When this job starts, but what happens when it ends? I was saying I can't ever play again because it won't be the same. Yeah, that makes it tough. But same with our slots night. That was pretty epic too. We didn't win that much, but it was still a lot of fun. Have to spend money to make money? Sometimes. Sometimes. I don't understand craps. We watched a lot of it when we were in Reno, but I was like, huh? ¿Qué pasa? It's easier if you play a couple rounds and ask the dealer what's going on. Yeah. Makes sense. Could teach us? Bet. You want me to sell my bathwater? I feel like Ryan would approve. Who's buying? I don't think Finn would. Sell toilet water? Yeah. You can't just have that for free, Finn. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I guess we'll do this one. How many Abducite do I have now? Hi, Liv. How you doing? I do live. It took a while though to live. And I'm like maybe like 75% alive. It was fucking nuts. Like I thought like we would be a little wild, but we were like buck wild. Lots of great memories. I don't even remember that. I lost my phone on the beach. And I found it the next morning on the beach. Like, how lucky was that? Buckwild batches the way. Hell yeah. We had a lot of fun. A crab pinched Jasmine's boob. When she was swimming. Liv was like, how do I speak drunksha? Paid actor. Yeah, Jasmine was swimming and she felt a big ouch and a crab. She turned around and there's just a crab just doing crab things. He knew what was good. A fish bit my toe and Hillary's toe. And it was like huge. We saw sharks. We were chilling on the beach and they threw up the purple flag. And we're like, oh, what's that mean? And Jasmine was like, Jasmine couldn't see the sharks, but we did. And then she was like, oh, it's probably like there's a strong current or something. I'm like, yeah, but he didn't even like touch the water. And like, it looks like it's pretty chill. And we went back to the hotel and we looked at the thing and purple flag meant dangerous marine life. Yeah. Sharks! And what else? What else did we see? Crab was the living embodiment of Misha's chat. Yeah, I bet someone freaking did some witchcraft spells to turn themselves into a crab and float their ass over to the Dominican. We did Air Transat, and then Hillary and Alyssa were on Air Canada because they left a day before us. So they were on a different flight. Right, I get some silly messages. Yeah. And so did Riz and Finn. I was messaging Riz looking for my glasses as I was going through our building. I was like, I can't find my glasses. And after 15 minutes, I found them. You caught a shark once? What kind of shark was it? It all works out in the end. Baby shark do 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 do. Did I not pick it up? Dummy. I didn't even go near it. I thought I did. Oh, yeah. Right? Well, at first he couldn't understand what I was saying. And then I tried real hard. Because everything was spinning. Really, really fast. Yeah. Yeah, Monday night the spins won. But most days, once I got the spins, we went out for dinner, so then they chilled out a little. But then there was one night, Monday night, I had the spins and they're like, okay, let's go to this other place for their drinks, because their drinks are really good. I was like, okay, I'm good, though, I don't need it. And then they were like, no, it's fine, just have a drink. And then we went dancing, and spins chilled out a little. And then after dancing, I didn't have any more. And then we went swimming. And then we had more food. And then the spins won after we ate. You try to not get to that point? Yeah. I don't like the spins. But usually I was able to get out of it. Yeah, I barfed Monday night. But at least it was only once. And then I felt fine the next day, except I woke up and I was like, still really, really drunk. Or was it Sunday night? I don't know. Every morning I woke up and I was really, really drunk. Like Saturday, every morning we went to breakfast and then we immediately got served mimosas. So, you don't get hungover if you just stay drunk. Ew. Yeah. So like even Tuesday when we were at the airport, like I was still kind of spinning. And I didn't have any drinks on Tuesday. I didn't want to anymore. I was like, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. But I had way too much. I don't usually either. But I was like, I gotta get my sister-in-law's money's worth in alcohol. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Giga Katsa. I usually like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can drink that much here. But vacation drinking is different, you know? And I didn't fall down any stairs. I do have a lot of weird bruises on my legs, though. But my sister-in-law was the only one who wiped out. Now you're money drinking. Yeah, when it's free and it's flowing. Some of the bartenders even were like, there's one bartender, Johan, and he would call me his girlfriend. And then one time I didn't go to the bar at all because they were just serving me drinks on the beach, like coming to the chair. And then Jasmine and my sister-in-law went to the bar and he's like, where's my girlfriend? And they're like, huh? And he was like, the skinny one, where is she? I went for dinner the other night, so I had one bottle of sake and was tipsy. Yeah, when we were in Cali, I didn't have a whole bottle of sake, but I had a cup, like 2 rounds of it, and it gave me a little buzz. What, Finn? The skinny one? Yeah. They either call me Blanco or the skinny one because I always had a white bathing suit on. So it'd be like, hey, Blanco. Oh, soju. Yeah. Korean version. Guess same. Close enough, though. I like the yogurt. Oi, Blanco. Yeah. It was fun. And then, because I always had my prescription sunglasses on, a few of the guys asked to try on my sunglasses, and then they'd put them on and be like, whoa, you are blind. Yeah, CJ, they're coming soon, TM. It's on the list. I've just been so busy outside of stream that I don't have time to sit down and do it. So I want to do it that it auto adds it. No, they're talking about my bathing suit. Because my sister-in-law is more pale than me. I'm not that pale. -5? Ya pierdole. Yo, yeah, Finn's really blind too. I'm -2.5 and 2.75. -2.75. Can someone put exclamation mark in the color? My lights turned off. Pick a color, any color. My dad is like -2 and he only wears his glasses when he's driving because he legally has to. But I don't know, I can't see that well. I said pick a color name. You have more than 2 brain cells. Come on, Finn, use them. There you go, good job. Alright. Finn definitely has 0 brain cells left. Exposing yourself. I think his last one is on life support right now. That's what happens when you're underexposed to me. Tee-hee. Hydrate. Wait, did I finish my tea? I did. Good on the tea. We'll be super duper smart by July. We'll see about that. Damn. Bye, Rick. Smell you later, alligator. Think I made Finn jelly was showing off my brain cells? Or super duper dead? You might be overpeopled. You have to people for 5, or I guess 4 whole days. Because one of those days you're not peopling. Yeah, but is it overpeopling if it's me? Ooh, yesterday when I went to Costco, I got a new pair of shorts because they almost never ever have extra small in clothes at Costco. And I saw shorts and they had extra small. So I got new shorts for Europe. And they were only like 15 bucks. And they fit. They're a little big, but they'll be nice and breezy. Minus is when you can't see far away. Plus is when you can't see up close. So if you need glasses when you read. Near. Jesus, spicy? Is it super spicy? It's just jalapeno. Better than Subway? That's good. Species. Pressed my buttons wrong. But it's okay. Oh, he's a spider. Rude. Look at my friends. Ba-ba. Having some issues recently with eyes. Are they getting worse? Because that happens. Millions our eyes regressing after 20 years. That's normal. You gotta need glasses again then.
Come in.
Have you been sleeping enough, Mango?
I used to anyway.
A veil passes for a part of your eyesight? Oh, you just gotta clean your eyeballs more. You're dirty. Let's see. 8,000? Just wash your face with water. You can also use eye drops, but it's been since you went to the hospital to get the debris out. Maybe try to cold compress on your eyes before bed every night. And just hut. Ear. Oop, for CJ. It wasn't his fault. He didn't get proper safety at his previous job placement. I gotta pee again. Finally getting hydrated. BRB.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
do, do, do. Wait, you put an onion in your eyeball? Oh, you started cutting onion to make you cry? Hmm. You could just not blink. Leave your eye open till it waters. Well, that's not too bad, Trash. Can still get by with that for now. No sound. Hello? Bing bong. That's a you problem. Da, da, ba, da, bum. Need the water pressure under pressure. Ding 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 da da ding dong. Sorry. Yeah, I was like, that's a you problem. I want more. Okay, wait. Do I want to try again on? Hmm.
My glory days are
Cool.
over yet.
Cool. I'll take it. I got double on that. Now I'm gonna be even stronger. 8 drifting shade. Let's try Garen holds. See how shitty this dungeon is. Bing bong, more books! Yay! Books! I know how far you go. My earthquakes are scaring me. Standing seats coming to an airplane near you. Fuck that. Like, their seats already suck enough, but having to stand for 2 to 4 to 6, 8 hours? Fuck no. Fairy loot and Illumicrate? Ooh. I am playing without the uber unique ring. I don't need it. Too good. They're impossible to get. I just haven't really tried. I did like one United Undercity thing with people, and I didn't, but one person in our group did. And then, yeah. It was John Boy. Got 2 sparks and crafted it. Kill issue? No, you. Got 2 crafts and you sparked it? Wow. Good job, Finn. Yeah, apparently. Pants.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
an event. Press the wrong buttons. Did it backwards. Where's this guy? There's a thingy stuck in the wall. There we go. Got a new mouse, so Mrs. Finn got a new mouse too. But she likes those light pieces of shit. Don't yuck other people's yums, Finn. Gosh. Oop, I killed the Wanderer. Oh shit, okay. I thought it was 150. And I was like, shit, campfire time. No, you do it and you get grounded. Gosh. I hope it's gonna be better. Listen, Riz chat GPT'd asking what the possibility for the new season could be, and it actually sounded kind of cool. So let's hope that they got their idea from chat GPT. Cheaper than divorce, yeah. This is filler before the DLC. Yeah. It seems like they really took off like majority of their team to work on the DLC expansion, but I don't know. I feel like they shouldn't do that. Because then there's so many bugs. You gonna try to nap? Do it. Do it, you won't. Lord of Destruction? Slayer of Sanctuary. Road wave still not fixed. They did say that it wasn't gonna get fixed until later. But it's like, do they really just not have anyone on current stuff anymore? Is there just one person there? Spamming buttons? Trying to do it? Oh boy. Yeah. At least it's not getting the D2 treatment. Wait, you can't get hookers unless you do drugs? Damn.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
Da, 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 da. My head hurts. Am I finally getting hungover? You're locked out of your QuickBooks account. Ruh-roh.
Lanky wanderer. Without me, could I be dead?
Da-da-da.
Think I can
Down,
manage to
down. The laser beam go.
Impressive. Fortunate.
Yes, Finn? Yes, Finn? Hi. Hi, Finn. What's up? What up? What doodle? What poodle? Skaboodle. Finn fizzle. Faux shizzle. What's the happy haps? I'm spinning in a circle. And the hangover's kicking in finally. I'm gonna bake some bread later, I hope. Everything's spinning like me in game. Do, 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 do. Get drunk? I have a bottle of rum from the Dominican and a bottle of wine. And we have beer too. We have a lot of beer. Getting so much money. Chug, chug, chug. I will. At least I didn't feel like throwing up after eating breakfast, finally. I mastered my build. I'm good at it now. You hate throwing up? Yeah, it's the worst. Comes out of your nose and stuff. Whack. Hi, Finn. Good luck, have fun. I won't go anywhere, I'll be here. Tim had his baby. Well, his wife had their baby, but... Bam, 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 bam. Rocks are cool. Maybe I should bring Finn a rock. I'll find a cool rock outside and bring it for Finn. Didn't know I was so talented. Yeah. Otters are cool too. Hey Joe! How's it going? Where'd that thingy go? What's over here? It was good! I'm trying to get the blood out of my, or alcohol out of my blood now. Push the button. My blood have my alcohol. That was before. Now we're trying to get it back. Need some blood back. Go on, Jim. Alright, have fun. Make sure you're back in an hour for the campfire chat. Papa. You're a campfire chat? Hell yeah. One PM now? Yeah, so it's in an hour. This is 2 my time. 1 CST. CDT? I don't know. Look at Treasure Gobby. I want the gluttonous one. Especially in a little area like this, I would have actually gotten them all. What do you guys think? Will we be impressed with the campfire chat? Or will we be sad? Sad boys club. You're the only one who see it. Your guess is the crowd goes mild? It was definitely the case for this season. I feel like I barely killed anything in this dungeon. Surely sad? What if it's like actually cool? Need more density. Oh, 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 oh. Banana, 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 banana. Has there ever been a cool campfire? I feel like when they announced loot changes, those were very nice. Maybe the addition of the horde. And the expansion one was cool too because the video that they did was pretty sick. They ever wear sunglasses and smoke? Smoking doesn't make you cool. My face is pretty sick. Yeah, my forehead's swollen. You can tell it's neat, can you? It is? We'll finally get a cube. But do you think the cube will be here to stay? Are you gonna get cubular? And to pick up your kid? Ruh-roh. Let's redo this. Get some cool air induction. Nope. I'll try that. See if... Nope. Redo.
My glory days aren't over yet.
Nope. Redo. Give me my cool air induction. Yes! And hit it again, please. Fuck. But at least I hit it once. Maybe I'll be able to really spam my ancient boys. Tomorrow's the last day of school? Damn. Wait, when do they start? Be shocked if we get a cube without expansion. True. I would be shocked too. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. August 20th? They have a shorter school year than us. No. Wow, wow, wow.
Anything could be lucky.
Boom. That's rad. Messed up the buttons. Damn it. Oh, oh, oh. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Oh, hi, Jake. How you doing? Happy Thursday. Wow, 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 wow. Do, 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 do. PZ, PZ. I think I can go pit again. Don't know. Don't know. How you doing? Hip hip, bada bing, ba bing, 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 bing. Dancing back at the gym? Hell yeah, brother. I didn't go to the gym today. I knew that I wouldn't be able to still. It was a struggle to get up. Big struggle. Maybe tomorrow I'll try again. Treasure room key. Get some tea, Reza. I actually did a lot of walking though, which I didn't think that I did, but I guess there was also a lot of dancing. So I managed to get my step goal every single day because of all the dancing. And then I only wore my watch to breakfast and then like to the beach, and then I would take it off. But I wouldn't put it back on if I like would go to the bathroom or go get a drink. Or go back to the room to grab something. So then there's more steps uncounted. And then I wore it when we'd go dancing. Up to 5 to drive to the Hammer and they canceled the day halfway there. Oh, that's so annoying. But at least you, like, hopefully didn't hit all of the traffic still that early. Ryan works in the Hammer now, and one of our biggest exits is closed for the last few months because of construction, and then there was an accident right after the exit before it, so then nobody could get off for so long. Sounds like too much dancing. There's no such thing as too much dancing. You have a question? What's up? What's up? Oh, it's a trio. Boom. Dead. Let's go here now. Go back to the pit. Da, 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 da. Whack. Do, 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 do. I must. I actually, when I was younger, I used to want to have a job in radio. But I just like never got into it. And for ASMR, I have not done that. I don't really know where to start, to be honest, if I were to. But when I streamed in the evenings over a year ago, I used to read a bedtime story at the end of my stream. D3 season 35 announced. Wow. Yes, it got me lying to myself. Bedtime story? Yeah. Maybe with my tongue in a microphone. That's the... Like, no, there's like other ASMR where they do other stuff, not just the ear licking stuff. I have a hair in my mouth. The ear licking stuff makes me a little nauseous and get the heebie-jeebies. I settle down and compete. Just sit on a microphone. Yes. R. Yeah, very hyped. Oh my god. I actually took damage. That's kind of scary. Asmere? Well, the one thing that I did heavily consider was getting into audiobooks. But then audiobooks have like boomed in popularity recently, but they like full on like act. And I feel like I just don't have that. But I don't know. But then like voice acting sounds cool too. But I do kind of find it funny how my entire life I was always told my voice is so annoying. And then on stream people tell me that they like my voice. Our microphones are just really good, I guess, Riz. To try to get you off of my mind. Wait, the pickle? Oh, you want me just to eat pickles? One day when I have more interesting things to talk about, I'll do a podcast. I'm not saying it, Finn. Also, why do you keep trying to make me say it, Finn? When you said that you don't like that. God damn it. It's the vibe you don't like? Guys, we're all gonna turn into... Oh, it's one of the seasonal mechanics. We got boss powers, so this is Wandering Death's boss power. But you can only use it if you have channeling skills like Whirlwind or Dance of Knives. Laser beam, or yeah, Sorceress's laser beam. I do know, Finn. But that's like also literally me at the same time. Oh, really? Oh, laser bear. Stoneburst druid? Interesting. That sounds fun. It's like a grown-up angry Care Bear. That's funny. Aside from you, we do. Laser bear, it's a fucking laser bear. Does he fly? No, he don't. 'Cause he just got fucking laser bear. Dun, 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 dun. Why didn't kill you? Make the thingy pop. Damn it. Wiener doodle. You kid in school. Tell me something, dude. I did it. I've been, other than when JC and I redid the campaign before season 6, I haven't played Druid since the start. Alright, let's do this. I have no barrier. Dun, 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 dun. My guest. Bam, 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 bam. Frick. Messed that up. Tell me something, do you feel this to me? Oh, I'm getting a phone call. I don't know who it is. Now is not the time. Oh my god. It's probably important. Oh no, it stopped. Oh no. One moment. Oh, hi, Chris. What up? How you doing? Lisa was a quickie. She was in voicemail, and I was like, hello? Made it sound like I ran to the phone. I'm not playing video games. How are you doing? I am finally sober. And feeling less shitty than yesterday. But my voice is still messed up. So there was a lot of wooing. Still working on my hydration. Zero actually. Thankfully. There's a lot of people with a J in their name here. Yeah? Do you have a J in your name? At least not your Twitch name. Where? Up your butt. But boobies. I saw a lot of boobies. Yeah. A crab pinched Jasmine's boob when she was swimming. You know where you need to go? To the Dominican? Yeah. It scared the shit out of her and she screamed and she looks over and there's just a crab chilling. Doing crab things. Literally. Me lurking and working? Bet. Got him. Yeah, it was definitely someone in chat that turned into a crab for the day. They made their wish at 11:11. Jamaica's also pretty nice. My sister-in-law and my brother go to Jamaica all the time. Sometimes even twice a year. But my sister-in-law said after having the luxury that we did at our resort and like how it compared to Jamaica, which like it was exactly the same, she's gonna struggle to pay Jamaica prices. Cause she said it was cheaper for 5 of us, cause she paid for all my friends. It was cheaper than 5 of us. For 5 of us there at full luxury versus in Jamaica at a family one. Oh, were you the crab fin? It's quiet things and no never knows. Your feet on the ground. Never. I have a feeling this boss might kill me. And that won't be good. Nothing's dying. Okay, they're slowly dying. Go, ancients, go! Uh, 68. It's getting a little tough. Considering the boss and the other one almost killed me. Well, I lost health. I didn't almost die. But we don't like losing health. We lost a little just now again. Oh boy. Did you get your dude all set up, Jakey? Are you slamming yet? I don't know how much our trip was at all. But like I know that it's usually 6,000 for the whole family for Jamaica, and then when they go by themselves, it's 4,000. So, if 5 of us were cheaper than 4,000, as one of the add-ons is to swim with dolphins. Yeah, so the excursions and stuff, they have them everywhere. And they're always extra. We almost got a party boat, but then we're like, nah. And there was a swim with dolphins. We almost got a sailboat because one day it was windy and my sister-in-law sailed her entire life, so she knows how to do it. Damn it, Jakey. You were supposed to be ready for today, you butthead. Just kidding. It's fine. Tisk tisk. I'm just paranoid. Never ever. Hardcore is just too lame. You're just jealous. That was a good nap? Feeling better now? Ouch. Ouch. Ah! Oh boy. This guy might fuck me up. My cooldowns ain't cooldowning. Oh! And like, I don't have barrier. Okay. If I just like spin out here. He's like eating my barrier. Eee! Azri! Hi! Thanks for the resubby. Appreciate it. How you doing? Oh fuck. I'm scared. Hold on, I can't look up till this guy's dead. I am being too sweaty, and it's a bad idea. Hey, I'm living. Living, laughing, and loving this. Ooh! No! That was scary. Just die, buddy. Just die. Come on, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. I'm in a circle. Come on. There we go. Woo, we did it. I caught with the pup. You got a tattoo yesterday. Was it your first one? That's scary. That was kind of butt clenching. Terror. Jealous of wasting your time by dying all the time? I haven't died. So, you're just jealous you can't be good enough to not die. No, but it's the biggest. What'd you get? Who, what, where, why, when? My thing is frozen. I'm unfrozen. Who, what, where, why, when? Tell me. I guess we'll do a couple of Nightmare Dungeons again before... oh, my thingies ran out. So we can, like, re-roll some stuff. Like that. But I also haven't come back. Oh, you did. And you didn't play more. Got bored sitting on the beach, so I left and looked up the nearest tattoo place. Nice. I can dig it. I got sent a picture. Oh, that's pretty.
Was here to put up a good
It's got bees. I like it. I like. He's back in black. I like. One of the resort employees that we were hanging out with does tattoos, and he was gonna give Jasmine and Hillary a tattoo, but he couldn't bring it onto the resort, and I was like, nah, you guys aren't leaving the resort, sorry. 2 bees, one for you, one for your mom. That's sweet. Aw. What was my favorite thing at the resort? For event-wise, the foam party was probably the craziest. That was a lot of fun. And then food-wise, there was 2 restaurants I really loved. Except I loved the food that my friends got more than what I got, even though it was good, but theirs was just like gooder. But there was a Mongolian grill, and that was fucking delicious. And what else? Yeah. We wanted to surf, but we couldn't because there was no waves any of the days that we went. That we were there, that is. We did a surf simulator though. Comes down to the wire. Teehee. Need my bloodstone. Here it is. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like I could do bosses in T4 now. At least 69 pits to get good. True. Mine's not the S tier build anymore. There's like a very slight variant to this one that's S tier. The living shit out of me. Nice. Doom doo 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 doo. Meow meow. Meow meow meow.
Been fighting hard?
I should gamba again. This lag though.
Well, it's just too bad. I do so love to see a customer satisfied.
Mm. I'll keep it just in case. There do teenagers scared the living shit out.
Something new.
Right, let's do one more. Fuck you, Stormbane's Wrath. What one do I want to do? Inferno sucks. Burning Labyrinth. I don't remember this one.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Da 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 dum. Ding ding da ding da 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 dee da do. For Jamaica? My sister-in-law is really good at finding deals. What resort is it though? Yeah, Jamaica. Do. Okay, so when they go as a family, they go to beaches. I don't know if they've done sandals, but one time they got a really good deal at a couples resort for 5 days, and it was like $3 grand for the two of them, and they had unlimited spa. They had like a private villa. I did that for my brother's birthday, but I forget what the couples one was. But sometimes if you find a travel agent, you can get like $1,000 cheaper. You just have to find a good one. Or you like show them what you were looking at and they'll get you a better deal on it. Yeah, that my sister-in-law always uses a travel agent ever since. She'll find what she wants and sometimes at a deal. But the nice thing about for their like sandals and beaches is they get points, and after so many like night stays, you get a free trip to wherever you want. So they're doing a trip to Turks and Caicos this year, and if they didn't have it for free, it would cost $30,000. Which is fucking nuts. Got a family. Yeah. The only thing is, and now it's for like 2 adults. So for their Turks and Caicos trip, they only have it for free for them, and then they just have to pay $1,000 for each kid. Which like that's like nothing compared to how much it would cost for 2 adults. Right? Like that's actually kind of wild. Vulnerable damage. But it's not. Which was strength in the vulnerable at least. But work is busy today? How dare they? Don't they realize that I'm back from my trip? That would be a little bit of a boost, but not enough. Right? Okay, hold on. It's 8 minutes to campfire time. So I'm gonna go pee and grab a snack. And then we'll pull that up. Coffee just hit. Whoa! You had the long weekend? Hell yeah, brother. I'll be right back. Yeah, Jake.
friends you'll not find.
Meow. I'm back. Damn. Thanks for the lurk, Lethal. Stimmies. Oh my. Meow. Alright, hold on, let me make sure that my computer won't crash. And close this slowly. And then we open the campfire chat. Meow, 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 meow. I think we're good. Wow. Since next season, PTR. So, how they broke D4. It's either gonna be really good sounding or really bad sounding. Oh shit. That was fast.
Coming with the 230 PTR realm. My name is Marcus Kretz, and I'm a community manager here at Blizzard Entertainment. And today I'm joined by some new and familiar faces to the stream, which we're really excited to get into. Liam, welcome to the stream. Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us what you do on Diablo?
Hello, I am Liam. I'm an associate game designer
Melvin,
here
how you
on
doing?
Diablo. I'm always caffeinated, and I'm excited to be here.
Oh look, he's always caffeinated.
Hey, I'm Aislinn. I'm a systems designer on the final design team, and I'm also happy to be here, and probably not as caffeinated as Liam, but sometimes I wish I was.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a game designer, work on class design on the final design team, and I had some coffee this morning, so I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Nice. Good way to be. And coming in all the way from downtown Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway, how much caffeine have you had today?
Today's theme is
caffeine.
caffeine.
Hey everybody, I'm Dan Tangway. I have had 0 caffeine today. I'm not allowed to have that stuff anymore. So. But yeah, I am the design director for live services, and yeah, I'm excited to share what we've got
sunglasses.
cooking.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Great to have you here.
They
Dan.
have glasses,
and yeah,
though.
we're really excited
Glasses
to
are
dive
cool.
into everything coming with the 230 PTR realm. It's going to be live from May 27th till June 3rd. We're going to be getting into everything coming with that today. However, it's been about a month since Season 8 launched, Belal's return. We've all gotten in and gotten some fantastic boss powers. So, you know, I know we wanted to take a moment to sort of address and see where things are currently sitting in the game. So, like, Aislinn, how do you feel things have been since the start of Season 8?
Yeah, we just love to talk a little bit about how has Season 8 gone? Like, what kind of changes did we make from the Season 8 PTR? How did they go in live in Season 8? So the first thing I want to talk about with that on this topic is level pacing and activity variety. So as you guys may be aware, we slowed down leveling just a little bit in Season 8, and I'm really glad we actually ended up bringing that to PTR because it got us so much fantastic feedback from you guys, and we decided to pull back on it a bit, and now we're actually pretty happy with where the pacing of leveling is in Diablo 4 right now. With that
Riz
said,
is hiding.
it did end up highlighting
I asked
a
him
few
where Adam
other
is.
things with the slightly slower leveling, which was that there may not be enough activity variety while you're leveling up. And I think we saw this with Apparition Incursions in Season 8 specifically. There was this pressure, a lot of people felt pressure to, you know, if you want to make progress in the season, you want to actually get rewarded on the seasonal track, you have to go to the Apparition Incursion event. And so a big part of what we did is we took a step back and we looked at leveling activity variety, and we also want to take a look at
do need more leveling
end-game activity variety, like with layer bosses, because we also know that there's been a little bit of fatigue with like going in and fighting layer bosses over and over and over. And so with all these things said, we've had a slight philosophical, I don't want to say shift, I would say nudge, a philosophical nudge to try and push people to different content types. When you actually do go and fight a lair boss, we want it to be a big moment, a big reward
Adam?
moment that one could say
The
would
guy
punch
that
you in
usually
face and
runs
knock your teeth out
the
even.
things. Adam
And the same
Fletcher.
is true for tributes in the Undercity or the Infernal Hordes. When you go and do these things, we want them to be really snappy, really punchy, give you a lot
Well-
of stuff, and then you can move on to something else. And so there's always a reason to go do something else in Diablo 4.
Diablo's
because we think
always
that
been
that kind of
repetitive
activity
content,
variety
though.
is fun, and it makes each gameplay session more varied, which just kind of helps the game last longer. You just have more fun while you're doing it.
I haven't been
And
asking
then
for
beyond
that
that kind of
for
stuff,
few
there's also a
seasons
lot
or
of
anything.
permanent improvements that we're going to be talking about on this stream. It's going to be interspersed throughout some of the seasonal content that we're actually going to be talking about, because with Sins of the Haradrim comes a lot of cool permanent additions as well, which is going to be awesome. Oh, my earpiece is exploding.
It begins.
It might be a common trend on
Let me
this live
just-
stream.
yeah,
Is our
yeah.
earpieces
Let me
falling
check
out.
mine really quick. Yeah, we're good.
But yeah, and finally, I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for playing Diablo 4. I know I have personally had a blast playing Season 8. I know a lot of people
Vanilla
on the team
ice
have had
cream
a
and
blast playing
hummus
Season 8. We're
hot
constantly
sauce.
just playing the game, finding what works, what doesn't, listening to what you guys are saying about it, and we're all here to make Diablo as just fucking awesome as it can possibly
okay, Mango.
be. And so thank you for joining us on this journey. And with that, I wanted to pass it off to you to talk about class design.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk a little bit about where we see the class balance and relative balance of the different builds and classes in the current season, in Season 8 here. I think broadly speaking, class balance, at least in terms of like the spread and diversity of the meta, is in pretty good spot. Certainly compared to some of the previous seasons of Diablo 4, where we had one or two outlier builds that were just so far above what anything else or any other class could do. We don't really see that this season. We do have, some Lightning Spear Sork is maybe a little bit higher than we would like, and there are some other builds at the top, and maybe Spiritborn in particular is lagging a bit behind, but broadly speaking, we're really happy with the overall diversity of builds that players are using to experience all of the content in the game. One of our main pillars for class balance is the concept of that all builds are able to complete all content, which is really that you can take any kind of build that you can think of that's kind of coherently put together, right? You find a skill you like, you start building into it, and you can take that build and get into Torment 4. You can complete the season journey, you can fight those Torment 4 bosses, and have reasonable success doing it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be the absolute fastest speed farmer in the pit with every single build, but you're able to complete all the content. That's really the bar we're trying to shoot for with a lot of our class balance, and we want to make sure that there's a wide diversity of classes and builds that can achieve that. And I think for this season in particular, we've gotten in a pretty good spot. There are a few outliers that we're still going to look to kind of close the gap on. And also, I just wanted to say that this is an ongoing process, and one of the things that the PTR is so valuable for us testing is getting feedback on the new content we're putting in, the new builds we're trying to enable, and make sure they are hitting that mark.
Yeah, it's a great point. Like, that's the nature of live service games, right? Like, it's always iterative.
Buff
We're always
chain
trying to balance
lightning.
things and get them to a spot where they function really well and builds feel really good, and it feels like you're not shoehorned into one. So yeah, the state of the game right now in terms of Season 8, having all those builds be available to get you through your entire season's journey is really, really nice. So that's really great to hear.
Yeah, and of course, we'll be sharing some updates for the class balance later on in the presentation, specifically around the overpower stat, which has definitely been kind of dominating the meta this season and has been for a little bit. So we're definitely aware of that and going to look to make adjustments with the interest of promoting non-overpower builds to also compete with them. And of course, also we also recognize that here in Season 8, a lot of the absolute top builds, those ones at the very top of the meta, are kind of the same ones that they were in Season 7, in the previous season. And we know there's some fatigue around that, where, hey, Deathtrap Rogue, it's the best Rogue build again. Hey, Earthquake Barbarian, and so on. Bloodwave Necro are some examples of hey, it's the same class the second season. And we definitely realize that maybe we didn't quite shake up the meta as much as we really were aiming for on Season 8, but we hope some of the big changes I'll talk about later really achieve that for Season 9 going forward.
Yeah, yeah, and this is kind of like a little bite-sized sneak peek of some of the things we'll be talking about later on in the stream. But again, that's the beauty of having the PTR, right? Is it's, I think Dan said it before, like this is our time to adjust all the knobs in the dial so that you can test the content, give us your feedback, and then
think
we
it's
can
been more than
make
2
some changes
weeks.
before that all goes live to make sure it feels great
Maybe.
in the game. So yeah.
Absolutely.
So yeah, with that in mind, with the 2.3.0 PTR, for those of you that are keen and know the roadmap inside and out, you'll know that this next season's is going to deal with all things dungeons.
This season, current
So we have
season,
a lot
is
of new
a
and
shorter
exciting
one
systems
though.
and activities that are coming in Season 9 that you'll see in the 2.3.0 PTR. So Dan, what are some of the things that players can expect to get into and try out with this PTR?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to run through some of the features that you're going to see in the Season 9 PTR. First off, I'm going to talk a little bit high level, build on some of the things that they were saying before.
Yeah,
I
last
think,
season was long.
when we've been looking at
It
our
got extended.
seasons
I'm assuming
after
it was
X1,
for
we've really been
next
thinking
season
about,
that they extended
what are
it
those
and the
areas
boss
that we
ladder
need
changes.
to
So
really
this
kind of
season's gonna be a
fuss up
short
what's
one
become stale. And one of those areas
because they
that,
didn't do much.
really felt as if it needed some love was the
Last
dungeons,
season got
specifically our
extended by
Nightmare
like
dungeons. And so we slotted that
a
in
month and a
Season
half,
9. And that's really been the
I
dominant
think.
theme of a lot of the features that we're going to release. Obviously, if you're familiar with the roadmap, you'll understand that this is where we're headed. But it's important that we're still trying to, even within that,
If
promote
only,
that
Chris.
activity
If
variety and create a lot of permanent additions to the game. I know that's something coming out of Season 7, especially. A lot of folks had a lot of feedback on. And so we've taken some extra effort to make sure that we can, bring a lot of these changes season on season into the permanent game moving forward. So, without further
Oh,
ado, let's
finally.
take a look at some of the features. Now, as with any PTR, I'm just going to say up front, we're not going to include any story. We're not going to include the quest line, rep track, things like that. We're really focusing on things that
way too
are more
fast.
repeatable gameplay that we need a lot of
That face.
feedback on. First up, Heraldric spells. So you see an image here of the UI for the Heraldric spells. It's really cool. It's kind
More
of
borrowed
create a
powers.
power system this season. I'm not going to speak too much about that. I'm actually going to let Liam speak about that after I go through the rest of
Yeah,
these features.
that's a.
Next up, we
You
have
can blame
Nightmare
D3
Affix
because for
updates,
that,
and I'll
because
get
that's
to
what they
those in a
did in
little bit.
D3
We have
too.
Heraldric Strong Rooms. Heraldric Strong Rooms are a new type of micro dungeon within any dungeon. Next up, we have Escalating Nightmares. Escalating Nightmares is a new type of dungeon progression system. And finally, we have Astaroth. So let's dig into Nightmare Affix updates just a little bit more.
Yeah,
I actually think Aislin's going to talk about it a bit after, so I'm just going to hit this at a high
delve.
level. I mean, the defining feature of Nightmare Dungeons are the Nightmare Affixes, right? And so, we've spent a lot of time over, 8 seasons basically saying, oh, well, people don't like this one.
Excuse me.
Let's tweak this one. Maybe we can add a few here and there. But, we really haven't put, a strong lens on the Nightmare Dungeon affixes as we have in Season 9, especially when we're looking at trying to promote new types of
I'm
rewards,
nasty.
or at least
Thank you.
variations on the type of rewards that
The
dungeons
first one
can
was
have.
really good though.
So you see here, we've got Heraldric Reserve and Equipment
Just this
Delve,
one.
and
So what about
both
the
of
second
these
one?
are new types of rewards that you can find within the dungeons. Equipment Delve specifically is you are seeking around the dungeon to find these gizmos that allow you to upgrade the rewards that you get at the end.
Gizmos.
Let's move on. All right, so let's talk about strong rooms a bit. I said it was a micro dungeon, right? This is a micro dungeon, however, that's going to be hidden within a nightmare dungeon. So, the Haradrim have always been very secretive,
Yeah.
and we thought this would be a great opportunity to explore gameplay kind of along those lines.
You can
And
blame
so
D3
you,
though.
upon entering the dungeon, have to find the entrance to this, Haradric strong room. Now, once you're in the strong room, and you basically are going to be earning Haradric attunement by slaying enemies. And this attunement is going to improve the chest that
Yeah.
you get at the end after defeating the mini boss. So really, all said and done, what this strong room is about
So
is
what about the
maximizing that attunement.
blood
It feels a little
powers?
bit like the Gauntlet. It
That
does
was
have
the
some
first one.
inspiration from that. You know, we don't have the Gauntlet in the game anymore, but we wanted to, you know, bring that element of really trying to maximize your score within a certain period of time and giving you a lot of really interesting ways to do that. And so what you see here in the
Riz
image
doesn't think it looks
is
like
one
borrowed
of those
power.
tools. These are tests that you can choose to take at the beginning of the strong room, and that will modify how your strong room plays out. There's a couple of other images here we can go through as well. Here is the Herodric portal that you'll enter in order to get to the strong room. Here is the gate that leads to the strong room. So you have an ante room right before the strong room where you have to perform a little test to make sure you understand what's about to happen next. I think there's one more. Yep, here's some combat around one of the Herodric pillars. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the Herodric pillar does, but Herodric pillar is one of those ways to boost your score. So with the Herodric strong rooms, you know, we're really interested in just getting a good amount of feedback about, you know, is it fun enough? Does it differentiate itself enough from some of the other modes that we've created? And so, yeah, let us know. Next up, we've got Escalating Nightmares. Now, this one I just got done playtesting this morning, and it's really
I'm
coming
okay
together
with
at this
borrowed
point.
powers as
We're
long
really
as there's
happy with
more
it.
to it.
So this is a progression that allows you to fight through a series of nightmare dungeons. 3
What up,
specifically.
Scuzz?
And
You
each time you
doing?
enter a new nightmare dungeon, new affixes get added to the list of dungeons, increasing both the difficulty and, of course, the fun part, the reward efficiency. And so it's going to culminate with a boss fight. The one you're going to play in the PTR is going to culminate with that Astaroth boss fight. And in order to get into, you know, an escalating nightmare, you're going to need to get an escalating nightmare sigil. Now, this is currently going to drop in Torment 1 from Strong Rooms. All right, I think there is an image of a totem coming up. So let's take a look at that real quick. Yep. So at the end of a dungeon, you're going to be looking for this particular totem, and that's going to allow you to open a portal immediately to the next dungeon, which is honestly going to create a nice flow state running from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. So you don't have to back out if you don't want to. You don't have to go into your inventory and hit it again. You just hit the portal and go. So that's pretty cool. With the escalating nightmares, I think the thing that we probably want the most feedback on is actually how you go about acquiring it. Right now, you can only get them in Torment 1, and, you know, going into the PTR, we're like, well, that feels pretty good. But we're also like, well, do people want to try and experience this earlier? So this is something we'd love to hear from y'all on. Finally, we've got Astaroth Reignited. So Astaroth, of course, is, you know, a very recognizable demon from Diablo 4 base game. And, you know, we were really trying to think of somebody we could put a face, you know, to for the upcoming season. And somebody said, well, what about Astaroth? And we thought about it and we're like, well, yeah, you know, that's kind of unfinished business. Really, this is kind of a rematch when you come down to it, because you defeated him the first time, right? You knocked him off the amalgam, and then you saw him in hell, but we really haven't seen him since. He's just sitting there relaxing at this point. So we really wanted to have this rematch, but if it's a rematch, we don't want to give you the same fight, right? So we've updated the combat mechanics, and there's some things that will feel familiar, but there's some new twists in this fight as well. The final thing I want to say about Astaroth right now is he is not immediately going to the boss ladder. We're really trying to find ways to integrate some of our bosses in new fashions within the overall end game. It's pretty important for us to, you know, kind of branch out. You know, we did a great job iterating on and polishing up the boss ladder last season. So we want to try some new things here, and let us know how we did there. But I think there's a tease of Astaroth coming up, so let's check it out. So here we are entering his lair, and this part of the fight, first phase of the fight, it's going to feel a little bit familiar. He's going to be riding the amalgam, but, you know, pretty soon it varies up quite a bit. And so we're going to leave it at that, I think. Honestly, yeah, I
Doge.
don't want to spoil it for folks. I just go check it out when the PTR hits. So I think at this point, we are going to chat with Liam next. So I'm going to kick it back to Irvine.
Hello. Oh my gosh, I am so nervous right now. That caffeine is combining with that nervous energy, and it is creating something. I don't know. We're just gonna go for the ride.
Ride that wave, Liam. Ride that wave.
Ride that wave. Let's get.
Oh, broke it. Or I broke it. Oh. Whoopsie. His caffeine borked it. Oh.
This stuff. Heraldric spells. All
did
new
it.
this season, and the team has put so much love, so much energy into designing all of this. We're so excited. I can't wait to tell you about it.
You rode the
which I'm
wave
gonna do
too hard.
right now in this overview section,
Oh,
starting with
Finn.
these bullet points. So several spell components. That
Build your own
doesn't do it
spell.
justice. We have 30 different
Sounds kinda cool.
components you're going to be able to combine together. That's a lot of choice. And you're going to basically be building your own spell. What does that mean? We're going to get into it. And the last bullet point, unique utility. Again, what does that mean? It means a lot. There's a
This is a pretty intricate system,
Yeah, these spells are not just like, oh, what one does the most damage, right?
Yes.
It's a lot about like, what kind of functionality do I want with these skills? And you can really customize it exactly how you want.
Yeah, the possibilities are endless. Go
Also,
ahead.
I just
yeah.
realized he has a
Previous-
Diablo shirt on too.
Previous seasons, you know, like in season 8, you get the power from the boss, and that is the one thing that you have, and that's the visual component. But like you said, you build these heraldric spells. Like you get to pick the different things you want to put together, which is really
Exactly. Yeah, it's so cool. With that said, let's just hop into it. Let's start digging into what these are. All right, so right here, what we are looking at is a catalyst. And a
don't think
catalyst,
so.
for those that don't know, which probably
I see
most
now.
of you don't know, is the foundation of your spell. This is what gives it its
Celestial
form
Surge.
and its function. And as you can see, there is
I guess
already
this
so
is
much
a
depth
new
here.
spin on
it has a
borrowed
lucky
powers.
hit chance. It has its own cooldown. It has a rank 10 bonus.
Panda
And it does a really cool effect that isn't just damage. Each one of these, they do something
feel like
unique
they
that you're
do
going
that
to
a
love to
lot.
play around with. And there are multiple of these.
So how do we trigger the catalysts in the first place?
He's
How do
answering
we
it
get
now.
those going?
That is a good question. There's even a lot of depth
It's his
when it
first
comes to
time,
that
I
system.
think.
And I think the next slide is actually going to be the best thing to convey that. All right, so what we are looking at right here is the seasonal interface for Heraldric Spellcraft. And if you look, you will see that there is actually a bar right there on the UI that kind of mimics your action bar interface. And if you notice, when the catalyst got placed into the slot, the action bar skill now has a purple blinking border around it. What does that mean? It means that your catalyst is now bound to that action bar skill.
And that's where the cooldown comes in, right?
Dog.
Yep. That's where the cooldown comes in. The
Gotta
cooldown
pet
is
the
the
dog.
limiter, so you're not just going to always be able to press that button and make your catalyst fire off.
Right.
It's beholden to its cooldown. But thankfully, ranking up does lower the cooldown, so you're going to get more and more frequent use out of these catalysts as you rank them up and make them more powerful.
But
Excellent.
show how
Yeah.
it looks.
So that's what's going on in this interface. Let's see what happens when this rogue presses the button with
But what
Celestial
does it
Surge
mean?
equipped.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. You see, that does most of the talking for itself.
I wanna
So
use
basically,
that. It's
what just
pretty.
happened is that the rogue threw the smoke bomb.
Can I pet
And the
the
smoke bomb was the
frog?
guiding factor for the catalyst, and the catalyst created that arcanic heraldric rune on the ground right where the smoke bomb landed. It did its pull-in effect, and then that barrage of stars just started doing their work randomly all over that area. What do you guys think?
It's
Is that
pretty
cool?
dope.
That's pretty neat. And that's only like one of the possible combinations, right? Because like you have one catalyst there and you assign it to a specific skill, but you could pick any of the catalysts and you could assign it to any of the skills that your class has available to it. And the way that the catalyst interacts changes based on the kind of skill you're using, right?
Exactly. So think of it like an extension of
It's
your
a
skills. You know,
husky.
it's going to feel very natural and organic as you're, what's the term? Invoking these into
Yeah.
combat. So, yeah,
Maybe
go ahead.
Fist of
I
the
really like how
Stars.
you get to choose like when you deploy this in combat,
Stars
right?
of
If
the
you want it on
Heavens?
smoke bomb, it's like, okay, I want to be CCing an enemies, or like I know there's a clump
feel
of
like it's
enemies
almost
there.
too pretty
so I can
for
deploy this
Diablo
at a
game,
key
though.
time. Or if I like don't want to think about it too much, like I just want it to happen as much as possible, right? I'll just put it on my core skill that I'm pressing all the time, and it'll happen like as often as it can. And like you get that choice in how you want to deploy these.
Exactly, and like I said, gonna feel natural. If you're a Sork and you put it on Flame Shield, it's gonna summon on your character. If you're using a ranged ability, it's gonna go where the ranged ability lands. If you're using a melee skill, it's gonna be in melee range on the character.
this season's
you
gonna be
hit.
short in
It's just
Narok
gonna
because
feel
the
like
last
what you
season
would
was so
expect it to
long.
be, you know?
Yeah, so the catalyst just really flows around.
And this season
however
wasn't
you want
much.
to integrate it into your playstyle, effectively.
Exactly. We don't want to spoil all of the catalysts. We want you to experience them on the PTR, but we do have one more for you to look at right now that's really cool. So let's go to that tooltip.
This guy
So
was
this
so
is the
ready for
Cosmic
his first
Anomaly.
feature on
this
the
is
campfire.
a summons type. We know players love
Who's
summons.
ready?
It's going to scale off summon damage bonuses naturally because it has the tag. It has a passive and an
Last
active
season was
component.
long, extended by
For those of
a
you
month and a
familiar
half.
with Druid Companions,
season's only
this is
2
going to
months
feel really
long.
natural to you. It's that same kind of setup. And I'm not even going to mention the rank 10, but it's pretty insane. Like, just if you read it, that's a powerful effect. So when you reach that threshold, you are unlocking a whole new realm of power for your catalyst.
Workman doesn't play D4.
And yeah, let's go see what this looks like. What does it look like in game?
Oh, shiny.
So shiny. Look at that.
Very lightning.
So ready for next
Very
month.
lightning-y.
Me too.
Yeah,
1
that's
month and
there it
1
goes.
day,
That's a word
or
of life, right?
actually
Yeah.
less than a month now.
I'm gonna say it is.
Fuck.
Oh, I love this clip.
Oh, that's so satisfying. Okay, that's also a little heartless. I can't believe the Necromancer would do that. Those are your friends, and you just send them to go explode? Unbelievable. But good news, they come back. Your friends come back. So you can go send them over to explode. They do their thing, and then they always return to you.
Yeah, so the thing I really love about this clip in particular is that the Necromancer's chosen this catalyst and assigned it to Bone Prison, which is very
Less
clever
construct
because they
additional
also have a
pylons.
pull-in with corpse tendrils. And so what they do is they pull everything in with corpse tendrils and then cast Bone Prison, which invokes the cosmic anomalies and
Boink.
kills all of them while they're stuck all together inside the Bone Prison.
Exactly. Well said. There's so many satisfying combinations for you to discover.
They should put in
We're going to leave it there,
StarCraft
but let me tell you,
skins
the amount
into
of
the
depth in
game.
this system is so fun. We've had so much fun play testing this internally. So,
Oh, yeah. I've been playing it quite a bit in the last couple of minutes or however long, and apparently I lose track of time while I'm doing it. No, it's great. I love it. This is just such an awesome addition to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, gotta say, like, so I did write the 230 PTR blog. I hope you all like it. But this is definitely a system, like going in and testing it out before to then help write the blog. I was like, the blog is not going to cut it in terms of listing out all the different tools, like the way all the different aspects of the Heraldic Spellcraft interface together. It's really something that you need to go in and play test yourself because of all the different combinations, all the way the different powers interface with each other. It's very hard to get on paper, so it's really something you got to go in and test for yourselves. It's a ton
Which
of
you
fun.
can, right?
Yeah, and you get that opportunity. How about that?
Exactly. Going forward, we have something cool to show you. We've talked a lot about catalysts.
Smoldering
Now let's talk
Ember.
about infusions. This is another thing
not
you can
smoldering
socket
ass
into
this
your
time.
Heraldric interface. And this is going to change the damage type, the elemental damage that your catalyst deals. And it doesn't just
funny.
stop there. The damage type has
Pedro,
mechanics
Pedro,
attached to it that
Pedro,
change its function too. So what would you expect fire to do?
Lucy looks so chubby
fire
when she
is
sleeps.
destructive. It's really,
precious.
it's all consuming. So naturally, it's going to destroy enemy structures. What does that mean? I'm not going to tell you. But maybe you're going to see it in just a moment, actually. But I'm not going to tell you
This
for
guy
this time
asks a lot
right
of
now.
questions that he
and
doesn't
fire also
answer.
creates burning areas on the ground that will damage enemies that you keep in that area. And it doesn't stop there. I'm sorry, there's so much depth on these items, and there are 5 of them, right? So you have so much choice. But also, while it's equipped, your fire damage bonus is equal to that of your
Drink?
highest
No, you
damage
drink.
type bonus.
Yeah,
What
so-
does that mean?
I should have
Yeah, so
refilled
even
my
if you're
water.
like playing like a frost sorcerer who just has like a lot of frost or cold damage, right? You can still use this, and it kind of benefits from all of your cold damage because all the elemental damage types kind of get equalized here.
So I could be, for example, a frost sork, and I just have copious amounts of frost damage
Yeah.
bonus, right? It's just
Oh boy.
it's flowing
well.
everywhere. I have too much of it. I swap in the poison infusion, and then suddenly I have an equal amount of
you
poison
drink.
damage bonus.
Right.
That's really cool because my poison catalyst is going to be hitting like a truck, and players love dealing lots of damage, right?
I love it.
But also, and tell me if this is cool when you guys get to play test with it, the possibilities expand even more because now I'm a Sork that has a lot of poison damage. And
What does
Ariel's
that mean?
Visage?
Yeah.
Like, do I want to throw that on my helmet now? I don't know. I've never really had that
That kind of build crafting opportunity.
kind of build crafting opportunity. So there's so much there. Just can't wait to see everyone's reaction when you all play with it.
And so just to make sure I get
Build
this right,
crumpin'.
I have my catalyst. That's what we see visually in these clips here, like those cosmic anomalies. And we just talked about infusions, and infusions change the elemental damage type specifically
looks
of my
kinda
catalyst,
cool.
right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
So as you're seeing right here, he's
You
swapping
PTR on
out the lightning
PlayStation.
gem with a fire
Womp
gem.
womp.
And now look at them. They're all
Probably
fiery.
too much
They have
effort for them.
smoldering flames. And watch this. When they combust, look at it. There's a burning patch on the ground. And you can get multiple of those. It isn't just always going to be one. This
might
is
do this
destruction incarnate, right? This is cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And each infusion has like their own secondary damaging or just not necessarily damaging, but just effect that they apply as well.
Yep.
I'm
In-
kind
in
of
Fire's
sad that
case, it's
I'm
the
not
burning.
going to be
it
here
is
for the start of
layers
the
on top of
season.
layers, right? So again, we're so excited. For people that were closely reading that tooltip on the infusion page, you might have seen a rank 5 bonus. Even more depth. We keep talking about depth. That rank, that rank 5 bonus, we're going to get into it right now. Basically, it allows you to deactivate monster affixes depending on the damage type you are using. So what would you expect fire to deactivate? Well, it makes sense that thematically it would deactivate chilling winds. Those are those like icy winds that monsters can summon in. They like slow your projectiles.
Yeah.
So annoying.
likes
I was just playing a.
I will.
Yeah, I was playing
Eventually.
a Blood Spear Necromancer
Right
in
now?
season 8.
Like now?
And the chilling
What are we
winds
doing
were
right
so
now?
annoying.
Oh yeah.
So let's look at a clip and see chilling winds being deactivated.
So this is a different catalyst than we've seen before, right? This one draws like a damaging
You
beam.
going to stream instead of work, Maxim?
So this is Disintegrate. It is another catalyst. We're not going to show you the tooltip about all its possibilities and what it does, but yeah, you'll see that the moment he deactivates the monster, those chilling winds just disappear. And they will stay disappeared as long as they are, consistently deactivated. So, as you know, this is going to be very satisfying to use. Like, you're going to be able to swap
aren't
these
you
in.
your
And
own
if
boss?
certain monster affixes just ruin your day and you really dislike them, well, they're just gone like that. And we have one more clip to show you. Yep, so, okay, there we go. The Waller Wall is just gone. This is also
Waller
fire
Wall.
because I talked about structures. That's Waller Walls. That is lightning totems, those like things that arc lightning damage, the red lightning
all
damage
the
all around
lightning
the arena.
stuff is
That
ass.
is tether points, those things
The
that
shock
like
lance.
chain you to the ground. Fire destroys all of those. So we're going to leave it at that. We hope you really have fun playing around with
Yeah,
that.
well, this will
Yeah,
get rid
so-
of poison pools.
If
I
you
wish they
hate
showed it on
water,
Exploding Guy.
Your problems have your prayers have been answered.
That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, that's super handy because now if you're going into a nightmare dungeon that has a particular monster affix, you can just slap in whichever whichever infusion you need, and then you won't have to deal with it.
Exactly. So yeah, there's going to be so much choice here to like swap things on the fly and react to things to kind of suit your play style. And that's really cool. That's really exciting. But wait, there is more. We have more in this system for you. Actually, we have 3 more socket spaces of things you have to think about while you are designing your spell. So let's get into that. So we have Arcana. Arcana are going to be dropping in seasonal content randomly in the released version of this season. But on PTR, we're just going to be giving it to you. So you'll be able to play around with all of them. But Arcana are like, think of them like the tuning knobs for your powers. These are small, subtle effects that when you add 3 of them, they really kind of tailor the power, the catalyst, to your play style.
Yeah, so we have. Okay, so let's recap again really quick.
Yep.
We have the catalyst, which is the visual effect. We have the infusion, which determines the catalyst's elemental type and gives it fancy bells and whistles. And then we have the Arcana, which even modifies it further. And like we saw there, like you could make it bigger, or you could give yourself a buff when you use your
It
catalyst.
does look
and that kind of
fun.
stuff.
I might do the
Exactly. So
PTR
let me just walk you through these three
for a day.
Arcana right here. So I picked these three because they kind of show off different reasons you might use an Arcana. So starting on the left side with Gleaming Conduit, it increases the effect size of your catalyst. What does that mean? Let's go back to the first catalyst we showed off. It was the Celestial Surge where you had the stars raining from the sky. That's a randomized pattern, right? That's a bit of a downside. But with this placed into the socket, suddenly those stars are creating bigger impacts when they land on the ground.
Right.
Meaning by swapping in this Arcana, you are overcoming a bit of that downside and you are making that damage more consistent and just more overall impactful.
Yep, and that's just going to apply differently to each catalyst.
Yeah. For Tranquil
Arcana.
Stone, I'm actually just going to throw this over to Charles. Charles, what class might be happy about this Arcana?
I mean, I've heard some classes, Necromancer, talking about how they don't have too many options for Unstoppable. Well, now you have many, many options, 5 different catalyst options, and tons of different ways to invoke it to gain that Unstoppable. So, Necromancers, look out for that Tranquil Stone.
Exactly, yeah. So this kind of goes to that philosophy of these will kind of fill in holes. Oh my gosh, taking my... One sec. Okay. Technical difficulty aside, I can hear again. Tranquil Stone will basically overcome some downsides of your class. It will, fill in the
Catalyst
holes and allow you
Druid?
to overcome things you lack, and that's really cool. And then Potent Alloy. Alloy?
Alloy.
Alloy? Alloy? Okay, I pronounced it
Oh, wait,
correctly.
no, that's Cataclysm.
Potent Alloy. We talked about how infusions interact with monster affixes. You're even going to find some Arcana in the mix that will also additionally interact with even more monster affixes.
Right.
So if that really suits your playstyle, feel free to place those in. But wait, there's a little bit more. We're getting there, but there's a little bit more.
Apparently, it still was pretty
there
good.
are also Legendary Arcana. And when we think
Maybe, I
about
don't
Legendary
know.
Arcana, we're not really thinking about pure player power. We're thinking about how hard they are to understand, the depth of them, right? There's just a lot going on. And what do I mean by that? So there are 5 Legendary Arcana that you can discover out there. And as you see in this slide right here, we have Nightmare Orb. But if you look at it, it changes. What's going on? So let's start on the left side. So on the left side, your Nightmare Orb is speaking to the Cosmic Anomaly catalyst from before.
Oh, yes.
And it
we take
adjusts
a nap?
its effect
Sleepy
to match
nap.
it. So when you put this on your pet summons catalyst, suddenly they're going to have this little aura around them where as they run into enemies, they're going to fear and slow
Yeah,
them.
cool volley.
But if we go to the right side, the Nightmare Orb is
And it
talking
didn't
to
get
Celestial
fixed?
Surge. And this does a completely different effect. It's going to fear unaffected enemies. But once the fear ends, you have a chance to create even more stars.
So these Legendary Arcanas care about each individual catalyst then?
Yep, exactly. So the same Legendary Arcana has 5 different variations to wrap your head around, and there are 5 of these. So 5 times 5, I'm going to say the keyword one more time, I'm sorry. That's a lot of depth.
So I feel like you've just presented to me and us a unfathomable amount of combinatorics, Liam.
Yes. Yes, I did. Okay. My earpiece has fallen out now like 5 times.
So the funny thing is, if
that's
you
a
guys
record.
remember
Better
from
ears,
last stream,
bro.
Adam's earpiece was falling out all
Yeah,
the time.
yeah.
We actually changed that, and I got the souped up earpiece. So this
So
baby,
unfair.
that's locked in,
So
and we're gonna be getting those
unfair,
for the rest of the stream. So as Liam struggles, I benefit.
I'm good for like a minute, and then it's probably going to fall out again. Actually, I already feel it falling out. Don't worry about it. Instead, we have some really cool video content to show you while the rest of us just talk broadly about this system and why we're so excited. So, everybody, the floor is open. What is your favorite
Purchased
combination?
all of it?
What are you the most excited
Wow.
about when it comes
You
to
crazy
these
dog.
spells?
Yeah, I really think that I love
earpiece is showing?
finding ways to get my ultimate cooldown really low so that I
Kinda
can
big,
trigger it
though.
on my
Oh, my
ultimates
my
constantly.
ears are big.
It kind of mixes really, really well. Just playing
Actually,
like an
wait, these
ultimate
are
build
my
in general.
ears.
It's really fun.
Yeah, I've got a soft spot for summons.
can't
I
see
really
my-
love Cosmic Anomaly. I love just having a bunch of guys out there, even if they're floaty, glowy orbs of elemental destruction. My
forehead
love
is still
commanding them and having them go and explode.
swollen.
That's just really fun for me.
Yeah, I've been a big fan of
It
playing
feels less
Barb lately,
swollen, though.
but I find when I get into the higher torment tiers, you're just like
My
so
hair's
up
shiny?
and close and
Thanks.
taking damage that
I actually felt like
the
it didn't look
survivability
that
does get a
good.
bit more difficult. So like
It's a little
having the
dry
ability
from
to
the
use some more
beach.
like ranged abilities to then throw my spellcraft out and then kind of do some CC while
Yeah.
I am like an up close
need
and
to get,
personal
like, a
fight. And like I'll
mask.
probably play a rogue next season too. So
Hydrate my
in
hair.
a similar vein, like being able to kind of like still have those damaging abilities that are, will do damage over distance while being able to like, go heal in the corner. It's nice to just like influence those play styles.
Yeah, definitely. So again, so much content here. We are unbelievably excited for you guys to get into the PTR and try these out.
Yeah.
Again, we've had so much fun playtesting them, and we can't wait to see what everyone thinks about it.
I feel like I got into a state where like I was playtesting Heraldric Spellcraft, and I was like, the time just started slipping away because like I just started being like, well, what if I like did this catalyst with this infusion and then applied it to this skill? Oh, and now this Arcana matters, and that just happened again and again and again. And it's so much fun to play with.
How you doing?
Yeah, it's a really really intricate system.
I just want to throw it to Aislinn, and I get to say one more thing.
Do it.
There's more.
Oh wait, there's more.
There's more. There's already enough, Liam.
Yeah.
You think we need more?
Yeah, you want to throw a whole another layer on top of this, Liam?
Yeah.
You crazy man.
Well, yes, you are correct. There is more. There are Heraldric Jewels. Heraldric Jewels are what you might be reminded by, you might be reminded, excuse me, I can speak English.
Witchcraft
Occult gems
gems.
from Season 7. They are very similar to Occult gems from Season 7. We have a lot of similar effects on Heraldric Jewels that you might have seen from Season 7 Occult Gems, but we've added lots of new shiny layers of paint and glorious effects to these Heraldric Jewels, and we've also really brought them in. And,
That one's going to be really good for hardcore.
both aesthetically and mechanically unified them with Heraldric Spellcraft. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be finding these Heraldric Jewels through tomes.
Yeah, they said
starting in
that
Tournament 1.
hordes won't get
so once you
fixed
actually get to
till
the end game, you'll start finding the ability
next
to
patch.
craft these Heraldric Jewels. You can then, once you've found the tome, take it to a crafting station and actually craft it with the seasonal
this I
currency
like.
Heraldric files
I like this,
and
though.
gem fragments. And don't worry, it's not as many gem fragments as Occult Gems.
I need it.
If you have
I'll
PTSD
never die.
from that like I do.
It was a little expensive back then.
It was a lot. And yeah, you can then just socket them into your jewelry sockets and just pump up your build even further. And what our first example here is Luminal Echo, which you might actually recognize.
So the
as
shop
an occult
discounts
gem, in
are
terms of a cheap
personalized
death.
for you.
But we have reflavored it and rethemed it and changed its mechanics to actually invoke propulsion, which is a different one of the catalysts that we didn't actually show here, but you will see that in the PTR.
And so it'll be
And it
something
makes you
random
invulnerable,
that
and then it has an icy
the algorithm thinks you
but
like.
Yeah, we have way more Heraldric Jewels than just that. There are 15 total. They all do lots of crazy different stuff. So we're going to go over some of our favorite here just to give you guys a sneak peek.
Damage.
So the first one is Tyrant Bane. You can look over that text there and you might think to yourself, is this Bane of the Stricken? And the answer would be, yes it is. If you are a D3 enjoyer, it is Bane of the Stricken for dot builds. I'm very personally excited about that one. The second one we have is the Starflux. This one is fantastic. It's just punch you in the teeth, straight value, double your catalyst damage. That's a lot of damage though, so if you do want to do that, you're probably going to lose control of your Heraldric Spellcraft to some degree, which causes your catalysts to inherit their infusions randomly, so you don't actually get to determine or
not
decide
every single one has a
how that's going to
bane.
happen. And then finally, we have Idol from Below. You may also recognize this effect from Occult Gems, but with a twist. I mean, the twist is, it's probably fine.
Jeweled Guardians, I bet they're pushovers, but don't worry about it.
No.
About it. It's
No, focus on the first line for that one. That's the important part.
Primary
Unhindered,
course,
so that
max
means
life,
you can't
unhindered.
get
Great
like
stuff.
stunned
Absolutely.
and shit.
Nothing else to worry about.
For sure.
Or is that just
All right,
installed
and
through?
I think we have a video of the Starflux to kind of give you
Can
a
it get
sense of
frozen?
what that is like. So this is the Cosmic Anomaly
Slowed?
Catalyst with the Starflux equipped. And you might notice that they have different infusions applied to them because it's determined randomly each time a new Cosmic Anomaly comes out. And this can be really actually interesting because, Liam, to your point before, different infusions deal with different enemy affixes. So if you have the Starflux equipped and Cosmic Anomalies, you might actually be able to deal with a bunch of different enemy affixes simultaneously, which is pretty cool.
Exactly, and just look at that kaleidoscopic explosion, right?
Yeah.
So satisfying. It's so beautiful.
Absolutely. And we have,
Also
like I
get
said, we have
Cocoa
15
Bomb
Heraldric Jewels, and all of them
or
do
Cocoa
various
stuff later?
wacky,
I have
amazing,
no
cool
idea.
stuff. So while you're experimenting with Heraldric Spellcraft
We
and
don't really
trying out
learn
all
about
of the
that.
new things in Season 9, slot some of those in and see what kind of madness you can accomplish.
Yeah, not gonna lie, chat was pretty excited about the Heraldric Jewels. And like the Starflux, it looks absolutely nutty.
Oh, yeah,
really,
yeah.
really pumped to
Shaco,
test
they
it
gotta
out.
find one.
A few
Enigma,
calls
they
for
gotta
everyone
make one.
watching as well. We will have a Q&A towards the end of the stream.
There's no
So
bear
if you
room
do have
yet.
any questions for our development team, any questions for Dan, like what's the best way to make poutine gravy from scratch, you know, he's your guy for it. So we will have that towards the end of the stream. So drop your questions in chat. We do have community team members pulling those. And again, like, we want your feedback. That was a ton of information, a ton of systems, and we actually do have specific things that we're looking for in terms of what we're seeking for each bit and component going in the 2.3.0 PTR.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, I guess I'll speak specifically to Heraldric Jewels. Gotta make sure I get the terms right.
I could go for
so
some
we want to hear what you guys
poutine.
think about
I was
all the
thinking
different
about
Heraldric
making it for
Jewels.
dinner this
We want to
week,
know, like, do these effects feel
but
correct? This is the
I
perfect
didn't
time
feel like buying
to give
potatoes
feedback on
because a
just
bag of
straight up
potatoes is
balancing.
heavy and I
Does
didn't
this
feel
give
like
you
carrying
enough bonus
something heavy
damage? Does
yesterday.
this give you too much bonus damage? Does this feel good? Does it not feel good? Are the Jewel Guardians
I don't worry about them.
Yeah, no, don't give us feedback on
Gravy,
that.
though?
But
No,
it's
Maybe you
fine.
should worry about
I don't
them, you
want
know?
dry-ass
Maybe
fries.
a little juiced up.
Yeah.
Surely it's not.
But yeah, just let us know about Heraldric Jewels, and of course, I'm sure you'd love to hear people's thoughts about
Definitely.
it.
For Heraldric spells, please just let us know how it feels both in early and late game. I know it's PTR, a lot of people are going to be mainly jumping into the late game, but early game is also really helpful. We want them to feel really cool and satisfying to use in all realms of content. We also just want to know
That's not
about
a
the
poutine.
effects themselves. Are they satisfying? Does anything feel off?
Gross.
Do we need to like tighten up cooldowns or things like that? Just get into the weeds with it. We will definitely be reading through as much as we can and making these spells the best they can be for launch.
Yep.
Heck
Now's the time to get that feedback, tune those knobs. It's the best time to do it.
Knob those
And for
tunes.
everyone watching from home, we also will have the D4 patch notes and the blog hitting after the stream. So if there's anything you missed on the stream, that will be available for you to read in depth and
Holding
disseminate
the
over the
gravy,
weekend
or
before you jump
that's
into the PTR.
like an important.
But I know one of the biggest parts of
that's
the patch
just
notes
fries and
has to do
cheese
with class
curds.
balance, and we do have some.
Yeah.
Charles, you got a lot to talk about
Gravy is
today.
like
You
one
do
of
have
the most
some
notes
important
here.
things
We
of
got
it.
lots to talk about. You know, I kind of teed it up at the start of the stream how we kind of
There's
think
only
about class
3
balance
ingredients.
currently. But of course, it's an ever-changing process, and we always want to be giving new things to play with, new ways
Birdie
to
fry.
play Diablo 4. And so there's lots of updates this season.
If you walk into Canada and
with that
say
in mind.
poutine, please, no gravy. No,
So let's get
they'll
into
be like, oh, you
some
want
of the
fries
changes that
and
affect all
cheese?
classes in some way before getting into each individual class
say,
and talk
you
about some
want
of the new
fries
stuff
and
coming to them.
cheese.
These are
They
kind
won't
of
say, oh,
changes
you
that
want
are
poutine with no
global
gravy.
or affect everybody. So first up, Overpower has been
Canadians are too
overpowered
nice
for a
to
while.
ban
We should have
people.
seen that coming with the name. Oops. Yeah, it has been really like just one of the strongest things you can be doing across any class for the past handful of seasons now. And so we're definitely taking a big swing at it here in Season 9. So Overpower's initial design philosophy was it was supposed to be a stat that tankier kind of builds, things that have like that
gravy
strong defensive
melts the
fantasy, things like
cheese.
Werebear, Barbarians, Blood Necro, could build these defensive stats like max
Because the
health
gravy
and
is the best
fortified
part.
and convert that into offensive power. That's the initial design conception of it, and which is why whenever you did overpower, you got bonus damage in
put it in
based
the
on the amount of maximum
microwave.
life and fortify that your character had.
And you'll
This
still get
ended
soggy
up being
fries.
a lot because it was kind of tied to the ratio of how much of health you already had. I don't want to get in too deep into the math here, but basically it was a lot of additive damage. So it would be the equivalent of you having like plus 1,000 or more percent damage on your gear when you overpowered. And that led to overpowers being extremely strong, far more than, say, Critical Strike, for instance.
And even dominating builds that originally weren't intended to benefit from that so much.
Yeah, we saw it just every class was trying to overpower because it was so valuable.
Yeah.
Probably also didn't help that it's already so good to just stack max life,
Yes.
right? So it was like you're doing a ton of damage and you're doing the right thing by
Do you have it
stacking
in
max life
Canada?
because it's so potent, right? So,
I don't think
yeah, it was
every
very
poutine
dominant
is
for that
good.
reason.
Right, and so in this
I'm very
season,
picky
in season
about
9,
places
we're
that I
going to
get
be
my
making an
poutine
update to
at.
that additive portion, the additive damage that you get from the overpower, that messy behind-the-scenes formula that you
Some
would
places
get.
the fries
essentially
aren't good
reducing
enough.
it by
Some
80%.
places the gravy's
so
not
if
good.
you used to get 1,000% bonus damage there, it's only going to
Yeah,
be
I'm
200
picky on the gravy.
here in the PTR.
Not every gravy is good.
It still gives a multiplicative bonus, just
Gotta
like
get
critical
that
strikes,
good.
because it's still rare. It's still you need to work to get your overpowers online, just like critical strikes. So it's still going to be powerful. Overpowering is still going to be better than not doing it, but it won't be so infinitely far ahead like we've seen it. We definitely want a lot of feedback on this because we know it's been the real big talking point of a lot of different meta builds right now. Feels like you need to work on overpower.
Yeah.
That's not the intent. We don't want everybody to feel like you have to do it all the time in order to optimize your damage. So we definitely want to make sure that we open up the possibilities to other
Honestly,
classes.
New York fries is the best
Kind of
poutine.
tied in with that, the additive
is
damage
crazy,
rebalance.
'cause
So
it's a
that's the
chain
base power of overpower we
called
talked
New
about.
York fries,
Another
but
contributing
it's so
factor
good.
was that whenever you got overpower
gravy's
damage
right.
on your items, it was
do it
just
right.
overstated.
They put enough
we
cheese
balanced
curds
those initially when
every time,
earlier
no
on
matter
in the
where.
game's life time when we
Every
had
New
a
York
different
fries I've had
estimate of how
poutine at was
often
always
players
good.
would be overpowering or doing any of these kind of conditional effects like critical strike or dot damage or what have you.
I do
So
make
we've done
good-
kind of a
good
comprehensive
poutine.
pass on items, the base affixes that show up this season, and said, okay, critical strike damage. We're going to give you an equivalent amount of critical strike damage and overpower
Right.
damage if it appears in the same spot. Previously, it was something like you would get a one-handed weapon, and it would literally have almost 200% overpower damage and ancestral, and it would give like 55% critical strike damage.
Yeah, New York fries
and
is
that's just
100%
way
Canadian.
too different, right?
Yeah.
Like that was one reason. Like, well, why would I build crit damage when I can
Started
build
in
overpower and get 4
1984.
times the benefit? So we're looking to renormalize that and kind of establish a better baseline of comparison of these stats against each other. This affects everybody in some way. As you're building your items, you're going to be looking for different stats. The numerical values will be different there. But we think it gets into a much better state for allowing you to go, for vulnerable damage, for crit damage,
Boston
for
fries,
summons damage, and not
New
feel
York
like you're doing
pizza
it wrong
doesn't
because
have the
it
same
wasn't
ring to it.
overpower,
Yeah.
right? Next, we've got a basic skill buff. There's a lot of things that affect every class this season.
Yeah.
So talking about basic skills, this is kind of an initiative where we are starting here to really comprehensively look at all of the skills in the game and look at
And
their relative balance.
Boston
against each
Pizza
other. And
was founded in
sometimes
Alberta
we've
by a
had
Greek
some basic
immigrant.
skills which just do negative damage. You think like you're killing the enemies by attacking because it's
In
so weak.
1984.
And other ones that you can actually really build a full kind of basic skill build around because it has a lot of support, has good base damage, has whatever effects. We've done a comprehensive pass on every single basic skill in the game and retuned them. And when I say retuned, I say double or triple their damage output for the most part.
By
Literally,
Greek immigrant,
skills
though?
that used to do like 20% of your weapon damage now do like 60 or 80%. Just massive increases on
Boston's
every
known for
single
Greek
basic skill
pizza?
in the game. Now, that's to help them kind of compete kind of right out of the box. You get a basic skill, you press the button, it feels impactful. That's the goal.
Right.
We do want still basic skill oriented builds in the late game to exist, but of course if we just tripled or their damage output, that would cause some of them to be kind of way too good on some ends.
Yes.
So we have adjusted some of the scalars that you see on some of the legendary and unique
So
items that talk
he named
to
it
basic
Boston
skills in
Pizza
particular.
'cause he
Brought them
wanted
down a little bit.
something
We still want
exotic
them to be,
and easy to
competitive
pronounce.
and probably better this season than they have been in the past. But we're just we're not trying to triple every single basic skill. We want to make sure that it smooths out that progression.
Right.
I will say that this is, we looked at basic skills here in this season. It's an initiative where we're going to be looking at
true.
other categories of skills in future seasons. So definitely keep an eye on similar kinds of comprehensive balance passes for future seasons as they come down. So your feedback on exactly how we landed on this basic skill pass is really helpful to help inform
Boston's
hey, is
exotic.
our methodology, our comparison right, and were the tuning on these accurate. Next up, maximum resistance. This is a relatively quicker point. So right now on on live, if you your maximum resistance for every element is capped at 70%. Now on the PTR, it'll be capped at 75% baseline, so everyone can get a little bit more resistance.
Wow.
The absolute cap is still 85 if you get some maximum resistance effects, but the baseline you'll get 75 resist in order to be resistance capped. In exchange, there were some unique items that were that had just a whole bunch of all resistance on them, like Yen's Blessing, some boots that just gave you like 50-some% maximum resistance to all elements. Those
Solves
ones
too much of it a little by itself.
Yeah, exactly. So some of those outliers that really solve your resistance a little too easily, we're going to tone those down a little bit. But kind of in exchange, we give everyone the option to build a little bit more to make sure that building up resistance has a kind of a meaningful journey to it. And finally, on this slide that affects all characters, the key passives, we've also done a pass, much like with basic skills, to look at our various key passives that affect every build and kind of look at their relative power level. And a lot of the outliers that we've seen in class balance historically have come from a key passive that just scales kind of infinitely, right? You build up some critical strike damage, which increases your other damage, and that just scales infinitely. And that causes builds that can use that key passive to be far more powerful than builds that use other key passives, which maybe don't scale that infinitely. So with that in mind, we looked at every key passive, and we've set a bar of about 75% multiplicative damage, a bonus. So if it just said do increase damage, it would say 75% increase. Right. Now some will have more conditions, you know, it only affects certain types of damage, and so we budget those at a little bit higher, and so on. But anything that had like a previous uncapped scalar, we're going to put a cap on it to make sure that it kind of hits that 75% mark. And even a handful of some key passives that were underperforming that mark, that were not quite that good, have gotten buff up to try to let them compete. And so builds that got some of those buffed key passives will be really happy to see that too.
Absolutely. I guess I'll just make a comment. We're not the fun police, right? No. We're not coming here to ruin your day, but what we are doing is we want to make a more consistent experience for our players. And we want the pieces to fit together naturally. Your progression is smooth. There's all these puzzle pieces. They just make sense as you stack them up. And we want to move away from having such extreme outliers.
Yeah, the extreme balance outliers are really what kind of can kill the fun of the game. If you're like, hey, I want to play, you know, whatever kind of build you want, but then you see somebody else doing something different, and you're like, oh, they are 100 times better than me. It actually does affect how much fun you're having because you feel like you're playing suboptimally. And by kind of bringing some of these more in line to a kind of a budget of power that we want from certain sources, we help to eliminate those outliers that are like miles ahead of everybody else.
That's just ketchup and
with
fries.
That in mind, you know, we think that this is going to promote better build diversity, of course, as you can play more options, and it won't feel as bad that you aren't being left behind in such a way. All right, so let's move on to the individual class changes. Those affect everybody, but of course, every class gets some new stuff to talk about here. And first up, we've got barbarians. So for the barbarian, the big talk of them for a while has been earthquakes in particular. Barbarians love to stomp on the ground, and they stomp so hard that they make some earthquakes. Those have been extremely powerful for a handful of seasons, and we know that there's other fantasies to explore in Barbarian other than just earthquakes. And so we
brands
have
of
done
ketchup can really ruin
some
ketchup
updates to
and
kind of bring
fries.
down some of the power level of earthquake, specifically on its legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature, that gave it a ton of multiplicative damage on the earthquakes. That has been brought down quite a bit. To the second bullet point here, a lot of the legendary Paragon nodes in Barbarian, Paragon, and across every other class has been kind of simplified. Some of them used to have effects, which was like, do a thing to get a buff to give you some damage, and it stacks up to 5 times, right?
Yeah.
It would be like kind of a multi-step thing for a Paragon node, which we thought that's maybe a little bit more complex. It's asking you a little bit too much. So we've simplified them, and often it's just like, hey, do a thing, get a bonus, and that's it.
Right.
And specifically on Barbarian, I think they got some of the bigger updates in that regard. And in a lot of cases, the Paragon become even more powerful because you don't need to stack it up 5 times or whatever it might be. You just get the bonus right out of the gate. So they are slightly more powerful.
They're
Could you
not
say
nerfing
barbarians
them,
are
they're
getting a
simplifying
seismic
them.
shakeup?
If anything, that might be better.
I'm so sorry.
A little bit. On some of these, it may feel that way, yes. Additionally, we've got a new unique item this season. We know that players love playing with a bash cleave from a while back, and now what if every other one of their basic skills could cleave? Well, have I got the unique for you? And it's my favorite named unique in this season, which is saying something.
It's true.
It is the Hooves of the Mountain God.
So good.
So, Hooves of the Mountain God, whenever you attack with a basic skill while you're at maximum fury, you kind of enter this state where your fury is going to be draining, and you're kind of empowered here, and during that time, your basic skills will cleave and deal increased damage. All of your basic skills will do that while you're empowered here. And of course, your fury is draining, so you're going to want to keep spamming those basic skills to rebuild it back up and kind of maintain that state as long as possible.
So at this point, with this unique, you really care about generating a tremendous amount of fury, but it's not actually to cast a core, it's just to keep going.
Yeah, keep going and keep hitting with your basic skills that are just hitting hard and cleaving all around you.
It's 11 right now?
We got a video clip here of this in action. Of course, we've seen Bash cleave before through some of the tempering affixes. That tempering affix is going to be updated to give another multiplicative bonus to Bash here, but because now it can cleave through this unique, and of course you can mow through a whole set of skeletons here with your Bash while your fury is draining.
Yeah, I love that the part that's coming up where one hit, they're just all to the side.
Oh yeah, poor skeletons. Oh my goodness.
All right, we've got
ours
next
takes
class,
a while
we've got the
to flood
Druid to talk about. All right, so the Druid this season,
we're at like 17 millimeters
talk
of
the Druid
rain.
has been Cataclysm for a while. A couple points on that. So a lot of Cataclysm, it's this long-lasting ultimate, right? You press Cataclysm, you get this storm around you, it lasts a while.
I wonder if the Druids, they're finally playing Druids
again. It suffered from some, like, what we call snapshotting, where you get a buff or some effect that says, hey, your next skill cast does increase damage, or it has some effect.
Again? Probably.
And when you press Cataclysm, it's obviously a very long effect,
that a lot?
and it benefits
I think
from
so.
that effect, from the bonus damage to your next cast. That's absolutely intended, right? When we say your next cast, we mean the whole cast. Cataclysm is a great thing to do that on.
I don't know how they measure rain millimeters.
That being said, we do find that Cataclysm being
I hear
the
we're expecting 1 to 2
only way
millimeters
to play Druid,
of rain,
the
and
only
it's
kind
like
of
a decent
competitive way
amount.
to play Druid is not really healthy, because we know that is a kind of mechanically intensive play style that you need to think about buffs, you need to set it up kind of precisely, and for players who like that play style, we love to encourage that. But when it becomes the only way or the absolute best way, the kind of mandatory way to play a class, that's kind of unhealthy. And so we've done some numerical nerfs to bring Cataclysm and some of the modifiers to it down to earth a little bit, so it will allow for other opportunities, other ways to play Druid in a competitive way. So some of those are Grizzly Rage. We've got updates to a lot of legendaries that used to talk to Grizzly Rage, and that does also remind me about what we're doing with legendaries this season as we talk about this. In previous seasons, we've always had a new unique item and a new legendary aspect for every class. Here for Season 9, we're just going to be doing a brand new
2 inches
item,
of rain?
and we're instead doing reworks to a lot of existing
That's more
legendaries.
than us.
So a handful of legendaries on each class have been rather substantially reworked, where we looked at them and we said, hey, we have a legendary that already talks to Grizzly Rage, but it kind of sucked. Right? And we said, well, rather than make a brand new one, let's take this existing one that really wasn't hitting that mark and then just like functionally change a lot of things to it.
No, I don't want it.
You know, the same kind of theme.
I
same
hate
kind of
rain.
niche,
It's
probably
fucking
keeps
depressing.
the same name in a lot of cases. But instead of like adding a brand new legendary aspect to that kind of dilutes the
like
drop
6
pool,
inches of snow
right?
on Summit.
Every legendary we add makes it harder to find any in particular legendary.
You also don't want a situation where, like, if we leave that aspect not desirable, but then we make a new one that is, you're like, oh man, I really hope I find the good one and not the bad one. So that's another positive for this.
Exactly. So we've done a lot of updates in every class to take the bad legendaries and look to update them to support some of the new play styles that we're interested in encouraging this season. And so for Druid, several of the ones talking to Grizzly Rage and Poison in particular are going to be updated.
So benevolent of us finding homes for all these legendaries. You know, it's great. Like, now they have a home to go to. They actually hopefully find a new niche to fit into, and they won't be so sad off to the side and people pick them up and they're like, no, in the gutter.
Yeah, that's absolutely the hope is that we're able to look at every legendary and unique item in the game and say, hey, you pick it up and you read it and you're like, oh, I see where this would be useful. And you would feel excited about it. It might not be the build you're currently playing, but you see that it does have a home and a niche. That's our goal. And we know that a lot of legendaries in the game right now aren't hitting that mark, and that's why we're focusing on reworks, at least for this season.
Right.
With that in mind, with Grizzly Rage and some poison updates, let's talk about probably one of my favorite visual uniques of the season.
Thank you for the subby.
I call it
Appreciate
Splashing
it.
Poison Puddle,
Thank you,
right?
thank you,
Because you know we're coming up on summer here. Everyone loves splashing in the sun, you know, playing in the water, but we're in Diablo in the World of Sanctuary, and nothing's ever that wholesome. It's poison puddles. Let's take a look at the Rotting Lightbringer.
Wait, there's.
So the
druids
Rotting
are gonna have
Lightbringer,
poison puddles?
every 10 seconds when you cast Pulverize, it'll form a poison puddle where you pulverize. And if you pulverize that puddle again, then it'll splash additional % of that damage to enemies nearby. It'll like throw out some extra little projectiles of poison. And of course, you are splashing in the poison puddle to damage everyone around you.
Sounds horrifying, Charles.
Oh, it is. For your enemies. Yeah, for your enemies.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This is fun in the sun.
This is great fun in the sun. I think we got a video clip here of this in action, right? Of course, we're at the beach. Yeah. Where else would you be? You splash,
poison
make a
bear,
puddle, and
poison bear.
Little
Look at all
globs
that
of poison
green
go
stuff.
out
It's
and
poison bear.
hit the enemies around you.
And this is also marrying the concept of
bear.
like poison,
Yes, he is.
the theme in Druid of poison and werebear, which has typically been for specifically werewolf.
Pulverize that puddle.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing it here too.
Druids are the master of kind of this hybridization and mixing and matching these things. So we always love encouraging, you know, finding ways to mix these up.
Right.
I would play that.
All right, enough on Druid. Let's talk about the Necromancer. So Necromancer has had some powerful ultimates as well. This is going to be a common theme. A lot of ultimate skills have been quite powerful recently. In particular, Soul Rift and Blood Wave. Now, Soul Rift is a skill which does everything. Right? It does damage.
Except unless the day gets changed.
Damage. It applies vulnerable. It gives you resource. Gives you barrier.
It'll have to be a late start.
Restores your potion charges.
Yes,
oh my goodness,
so many potions.
So we looked at all these things and said, well, we could like just chop down the numbers on some of these because like almost everyone is playing Soul Rift if you're not playing Blood Wave. It's like one of those two as a Necromancer. And we decided that the best course of action for Soul Rift is to just kind of reduce some of its functionality. So it will still do all of those things except generate a barrier.
Oh, I guess that July 1st is Canada Day, not America Day.
A little bit too much survivability, which we thought felt a bit more.
I feel like it'll
in,
change though.
Bone Storm or Blood Wave kind of world. As like kind of a more survivability ultimate. Right. Soul Rift will still give you lots of resource and
July
still
1st was the
increases your damage by just a little bit.
America Day's on a Friday.
But we think that'll bring it
I was mixing it
a bit
up
more down
in
to
my
earth
head.
and give some other options like Army of the Dead and Bone Storm a bit of chances to compete.
So overall, you would say like it's kind of moving towards being its theme is kind of like it's an engine for you, right? It sustains your potions, it gives you a sense.
I'm working,
and that's
gosh.
its big, you know, gameplay niche.
Respect my boundaries.
Rather than being kind of your defensive tanky source. Blood Wave as well has been kind of the other ultimate skill that most Necromancers have been building around. This one just does a ton of damage, and a lot of that has come from some of the unique items that interact with it. They give kind of a disproportionate amount of damage output in increase to your Blood Wave. Specifically Indira's Memory, which works on your pants, your leg armor. That's a slot which, for most characters that don't have a unique item, is not really an offensive slot. You can't really get a whole lot of bonus damage from that. And so we're looking to say, hey, any unique items that are on pants in particular, we're going to be looking to reduce the damage output of there. They'll still have some damage output, but not quite as much. And so that's where we're looking to reduce the power of Blood Wave overall is on some of those uniques that talk to it. But of course, we've got new things to play with on the Necromancer. We've got Skeletal Archmages. And so this comes on the new unique, the Hand of Naz. So the Hand of Naz, new unique gloves, which if you really want to be playing a minion build, but you're like, I just want mages, you know, maybe you're really vibing with the Herodric mage spellcraft theme of the season. If you sacrifice both your warriors and your golem, and so you are all in on mages, you get to summon additional mages for every minion that you've sacrificed. So if you used to have
On
a
a
whole
short
bunch of
season, I
bonus,
feel like it's not worth
skeletal,
it. Maybe next
warriors,
season.
you now can get that many more mages. Once mages attack 25 times, they get to level up. They can rank up to a skeletal archmages. They get a little bit bigger. They get a little bit of a flashy visual. And the skeletal archmages will deal some bonus damage, and also whenever they are attacked, they will teleport away to safety because they are, they got a new skill. When you level up, you learn a new skill. Same thing with skeletal mages.
It's just the way it works.
Of course. So let's take a look at this in action. So you got just 4 mages here. Of course, you're going to be able to have more if you really spec into it. And as enemies come up and attack those mages, occasionally they will teleport away. Their attacks now can do some additional burst damage, and they've got little like lightning effect on their hands, and they're a little bit bigger to show that they are, promoted to
Maybe you'll
archmage
get 300
status.
a month. You gotta grind.
With this unique, I can't actually have my warriors or my golem.
Need
Right.
EXP
So
blessing
now
non-stop.
I'm the tank.
Is it
for
still
my
on?
mages.
You do need to be tanking for your mages, right? It kind of turns the traditional minion playstyle of like, my minions go forward and protect me, and it turns it on its head, right? You have this powerful backline of a lot of mages who do bonus damage, but in exchange, you need to protect them.
Right.
They can protect themselves a little bit with the
end on
teleport away to
Tuesday?
safety, but it's going to kind of be on you, the necromancer, to be the front line in this kind of build.
It's pretty awesome.
I mean,
All
I
right,
feel
next
like
up,
you're always
we've
in
got
front of
the
your
rogue.
minions.
So the
what
rogue
changed?
big talk has been their ultimate skills, death trap.
250?
As
You
ultimate
still have
skills are
just
great.
over a month.
They have been
and a
ultimate
half?
and very powerful for quite a while. Rogue's no
Month and a
exception.
week?
They've got death trap has been one of the most powerful builds for kind of 2 seasons in a row here. Similar to Soul Rift in a lot of ways, it kind of did a lot of everything. We also know that it did a ton of damage on its own right. And it also had a unique pants item, the Eyes in the Dark, that really talked to it and increased its damage output dramatically. So much in the line of our philosophy of, hey, pants armor shouldn't be so ridiculous amount of damage output, even if it is a unique. We've done some tuning on the Eyes in the Dark to make sure that Death Trap is not quite
I feel
as
like
explosively
for the next
damaging
expansion,
as
they
it
gotta
has been
put in the
past.
paladin.
We are looking to
Or
buff
they're
up,
gonna have some riots.
Infiltrators and Bursting Venoms, legendary items that talk to Poison Trap and Poison builds, and saying, hey, there's
Swoop
other
up
traps
Lucy
out there.
so
You
bad,
can
I
play
wanna
Poison
cuddle
Trap.
with her.
So giving a little bit more support here with those
I also
legendary
don't want to
reworks.
disturb her.
And we also have some updates to Eagle Horn. This is the penetrating shot unique bow.
Eagle Horn.
Just some numerical buffs there to make sure it's actually hitting harder, and penetrating shot has a bit more of a reason to use it. We know that kind of ranged rogues have fallen out of favor for a while. It's been a lot more about melee, and I mean Death Trap is even a melee kind of skill.
Yeah.
And we know that players love to play ranged rogue as well, so we want to make sure that we give a little bit more support to that to enable it. For those who do like melee playstyles, but maybe not trap,
only
you might
ever
like
made
Flurry.
one wizard
And if
in
so,
D3
we
and
have
played
got
it
a
for
great unique coming next
30
season,
hours,
the
so-
Death Mask of
A paladin
Nirmatruk.
from D2 is
I
cool.
definitely pronounced that correct. So you can now overexert yourself while casting Flurry. Well, that's a weird thing to say. What does that mean? It does mean that you spend your life total if you don't have enough energy. So energy, that's not a problem anymore. You have your whole life total to work with.
Yeah.
So you can keep on casting Flurry, but when it does cost you your life total, when you're kind of overexerted in this state, it's going to stack up a buff. It's going to increase the attack speed of Flurry, and it's going to increase its damage output for 5 seconds. So you really want to be in this
That's
kind of
crazy.
overexerted state. It doesn't actually do anything if you're not overexerting.
Well,
So you
for
really want to
5
make sure that you're
seconds.
getting to this state. I love how this kind of changes up some of your, like, how you think about your build. You don't necessarily want a lot of resource
Well, you
regeneration.
spend 10%
You want more health regen.
the last 5 seconds.
Because if you have too
and
much
then after
resource,
you're
then maybe
done
you're not
being
even getting into
overexerting,
the state as often as you'd
exerted.
like.
Maybe.
Let's take a look at this in action. I actually really love this clip of the rogue just going super fast, right? So they sneak in, and as they're stacking up, you can see they've got like no resource. They go hyper fast.
Oh,
This
no, mine does keep
is
using
such
it.
a fast attacking skill when it's all
Yeah,
stacked up.
oh my
But of
goodness.
course, the faster you attack, the faster your life total drains.
Yep.
And
You gotta
if you're
stop.
really low, it's not going to kill you by doing this. You just won't be able to cast it there. But it does mean you're on very low life, and any stray attack might take you out if you're not super careful with it.
I will raise a flag for those of you curious about trying this out. It's called a death mask for a reason.
Yeah.
It might not necessarily be their death. It might be yours, so be a little careful.
But on
Yeah.
the positive side, you do
That's
get to look
spicy
like an anime
meatballs.
character zooming around like crazy.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
look at that.
Absolutely.
Definitely hardcore players, beware with this
Yep.
one. Might be a little risky for you. All right, we've got the Sorceress next. So the Sorceress has been definitely one of our top builds this season, I would say,
Huge
in Lightning
Hydras.
Spear. And I think one of the big talking points around Sorceress for a while has been Lightning Spear. A lot of players have felt like that is the only or best way to play Sorc for a number of seasons now, and it's not just been just one season here. And one of the reasons for that, I'd say the main reason, is that Lightning Spear baseline is pretty bad. Like, if you just get the skill on its own with nothing else, it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. But then you get Splintering Energy legendary, and suddenly it goes from 1 to 100 real quick.
Oh, yes.
That legendary aspect
Darkins.
is like one of the most powerful in terms of like how much percentage
go
gain does it
big.
give the skill in question. Splintering Energy is like way far above really where we want legendary aspects to be. And that kind of speaks to this outlier concept we've been talking about, where when you have one particular source of power that is disproportionately valuable, like a key passive that scales crazy, or a Splintering Energy legendary, that's the only thing that matters, right?
Yeah.
Is that maximizing the damage of this one thing is the only thing that matters. We find that leads to some of these outlier situations, and it's also just not as fun. Like,
Right.
nothing else in your build mattered. It's just about that one effect, whether it be a legendary or key passive.
We find that there's better build variety and healthier class balance when that power is spread out among as many different sources that you might want as possible, rather than concentrated so intensely in one.
Right, and so this was definitely one of the most egregious examples, I'd say, of concentrating the power in a single spot in that Splintering Energy aspect. So with that in mind, we've taken the baseline Lightning Spear and buffed up its damage rather substantially. But of course, the Splintering Energy has dramatically been reduced in effectiveness. So overall, we still think the Lightning Spear builds are going to be brought down quite a bit because they were quite far above everyone else. They also definitely relied on some of the overpower changes, or they relied on overpower to really get into the highest levels of pit pushing. And so that's overpower is obviously a little bit weaker in this season, so we think that'll bring it down a bit.
Egregious.
In an exchange, we're looking at
That's a
buffing
big
up some
word.
of the other builds available
Or
to Sorc.
Big
Specifically with
definition.
burning, one of the burning key passive, the combustion key passive, was one of those that was kind of uncapped scaling. It wasn't necessarily problematic, but maybe that was really just because Lightning Spear crowded it all out. Same with like Enlightenment, kind of crowding out those options. We have put a cap on that, like we've said, with the philosophy of making sure that no individual
me.
power source eclipses all others. But with that in mind, we did look and say, well, hey, this might be a little bit of a nerf to some other burning builds like Firewall or Incinerate. And so we've just done like a 25-ish% baseline buff to those burning skills, just to make sure they can kind of be compensated for that.
I'm gonna run out of water.
Similar with Enlightenment, that was another one of the key passives that kind of blew past our power budget, so we've done a bit of rebalancing there. But also, we've got a new unique, one of my favorites, Huge Hydras.
Yes.
So this is the
Chad has been very
Big
excited.
darkened
for
heads.
They saw huge hydras.
Huge hydras, and after
Whoa,
we're talking
whoa,
about
whoa,
this,
what's this?
Yes, so we've got the Ophidian Iris. This is an ancestral unique amulet. And here,
Neat.
Hydra
Casted
gets the
Hydras
core
have
skill
+2
pad.
heads.
So it'll benefit from a lot of your core skill bonuses. And it'll
Threefold
always
was
summon
the
a
sight of
three-headed
Oryax.
Hydra,
He stirred
rather than
the wrath with his
even if you had more heads,
his
if you
Lord
had like
Baal.
plus Hydra heads, you're still only going to get
And his
3.
eyes were
That's kind of
torn
a
and
baseline
cast
number.
into the
But
dust.
for each head that
Lo,
you would
the
have had
viper
above
now
3,
crawls blind,
the Hydra goes
writhing
larger
in
and deals
misery.
like 100% more damage per additional head.
More
And
heads,
so these big
bigger
heads
heads.
will also do
Burning
splash damage
heads.
rather than just a single target and hitting one enemy. They kind of explode on impact, just like they're shooting fireballs.
Yes.
And so this is going to turn your Hydra from like a lot of spammy little tiny hits into individual bigger hits with big Hydra heads.
So it's no longer about how many heads can I get on my Hydra. It's about how big can I make my baby Hydra.
Yes.
Excellent.
So it'll scale up with its damage for
Like
every
in the
additional
big
head
one
you got. And of
bigger.
course, this has an inherent affix that Captain Hydras do have +2 heads, which
I don't know
yeah.
if you want
so
your
you
toys
already
to
have a bit of
burn.
built-in multiplier on the amulet itself. So we got a side-by-side comparison here, right? So on the left here, we've got the kind of baseline. You got 4 Hydra heads. They're they're fine. They're there. But after you really build up lots of
Look
bonus
at them
Hydra
big
heads, you're only gonna get
boys.
3, but they're gonna be much bigger than you, the character, and can be as big as some of those big elites running around the screen. And of course, with splashing and exploding fire attacks, it should be a lot more appealing. We've also taken a look at updating some other things on Hydra. We removed its baseline mana cost, increased its lucky hit chance, and also done some other modifications to Conjuration and Hydra legendaries, just to make sure that like kind of a Hydra build really makes a lot of sense and is able to
Some
be
bad
competitive. So
Darkins.
really love to hear feedback in the PTR about how these kind of builds land.
Darkins.
And last but not least, we've got the Spiritborn. So the Spiritborn has been probably one of the classes that's been furthest behind, I'd say, in terms of on the current live season. And so we're definitely looking at, I think they're going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the basic skill rebalancing work that we did, where we looked at every basic skill and doubled or tripled the baseline values of a lot of them. But in exchange, some of the scalars on legendaries and uniques, we adjusted those downward a little bit. The net result is still that basic skill builds will be better than before, and I think Spiritborn is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of that. Additionally, we've also got an update to the deflection aspect with Razor Wings build. Previously, this was one of those legendaries that didn't really have a home. It dealt like a percentage of counter attacks damage, and counter attack does not do damage. So a percent of 0 is 0. So now it's going to increase the Razor Wings itself damage when you reflect them with this deflection kind of gameplay. And so just a little bit more kind of multiplicative damage support for Razor Wings build. Following with the theme of ultimate skills on all classes, as well being kind of a little too strong. The Hunter ultimate, the Jaguar ultimate, has been the ultimate on Spiritborn since its launch that really every Spiritborn player has used. I think like something like 90+% of Spiritborn players are using the Hunter currently. And that's great that you're having a lot of fun with it, but it also means that there's other options that aren't really being explored. It's kind of taking up all the space in the build variety. And so one of the reasons for that is that the Hunter it resets itself. If you cast it and then kill an enemy, it's going to reset itself. And it can kind of chain reset. And the chance of chain resetting reduces every time it does. And so it just kind of like feels bad whenever you're like, oh, I guess I ran out of luck and now I have to wait. We found that to be like kind of degenerately powerful for anything that triggers on when you cast an ultimate. But also, it was just not fun when you kind of failed to get that reset. And so we're looking at reworking the exact mechanics of the way the Hunter reset works. So it'll still have that like kind of cooldown reduction theme, but it won't be quite as feast or famine as it was in the past. We've also got a new unique item. This one is the Balaton's Maxiltal. I might have mispronounced that. Maxiltal. I literally looked up how to pronounce this morning, and I tried.
It's like axolotl.
It's a tricky one, Charles. It's a very tricky one.
Axolotl.
So this works with Poison and Thorns builds, kind of hybridizing those two together. So attacks against close enemies, when you're attacking close up, you're up close and personal. You're going to do bonus percent of your Thorns damage, but as poisoning over 3 seconds. So you get a kind of a free way to apply poisoning here. But if you've also been hit recently and you've retaliated with your Thorns, then that poisoning damage is going to be increased even further. So it really allows you to convert your Thorns damage into offense, and it does even reward you for actually getting hit with that Thorns. But a lot of this is going to come in that poisoning damage when you're hitting the enemies up close and personal.
Yeah, I love how this unique really takes the core concept of Thorns, which is you must be hit, but still it like empowers you very intensely in terms of your offense by leaning into that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely solves that problem where previous Thorns builds were kind of, we were hesitant to make pure Thorns of like just build Thorns and nothing else to be too powerful, because then you just walk in and you AFK and everything dies, and that's not necessarily fun gameplay. And so I think this does a really good job of straddling the line of active and passive gameplay that Thorns players would really want.
Totally.
So that's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of class changes coming in the PTR, and so we'd love to hear all the feedback you have around, do these unique items and the legendary reworks and the other balance changes, are these builds good, right? Can you play that Hydra Sork? Is it reasonable to play in Torment 4 at the highest levels when you have like the really maxed out stuff and every point along the progression?
Anything good?
And not just that
Actually,
build.
seems
Every build
pretty
that I talked
decent.
about here.
Lucy's like very
We're
talkative
also
right
really
now.
looking to make sure that we get feedback on the basic skill update. Like I said, we touched every single basic skill in the game. There might be some outliers still, some things that are a little too strong, a little too weak. And as we're going to be doing similar passes and looking at other kind of categories of skills on the skill tree, we'd love any kind of feedback on kind of exactly where they land so that we can help and inform future balancing as well.
I don't know, but
And
that's
finally,
his like
just wanted
his
to
assistant.
make sure that we really are focusing on kind of
'Cause he
shifting up
got-
that very top of the meta. I talked a lot
Fletcher
about
got,
some nerfs to the really overperforming
promotion,
builds,
so
specifically Overpower,
he's not
because we
always
do
gonna
want to
be
make
there.
sure that Season 9, you don't feel like, oh, it's all the same builds all again at the top of the meta. For the third season in a row. We really don't want that to be the case. We want to make sure there's new options for players who really want to push the limit of their character, and it's not just the same thing over and over again.
Totally.
Wow, well, Charles, take a bow. That was an incredible section. I mean, players are going to have a ton to chew
So
on
much.
in the PTR. That is an absolute smattering
Are
of
you
content.
surprised he pronounced everything correctly?
I mean, you
That's
nailed it.
impressive.
I was ready to razz you on the spirit
Yeah.
board unique again. I'm like, man's
Well,
been
I'm pretty
practicing. That's
sure-
fantastic. So yeah, patch notes and the blog do hit
Rod's
following the
not
stream.
allowed
So
anymore 'cause
if you missed
no one
anything
likes him.
in any of the sections,
You know
we
what?
will have those available following the stream, so you can get in and really get into the nitty gritties of all those changes. But we do have some more changes still coming that are going to affect the entire game. So Aislinn, I know we've got some systems. We kind of teased it. Dan sort of touched on it at the start of the stream, but we can finally get into it. What do you have for us?
Yeah, let's talk about systems, guys. So the first one I want to talk about is the the seasonal activity variety. That's the next one. So something we saw in Season 8 was we added seasonal currency to the lair bosses. And it was for the Season of the Boss, which we really ended up liking. The reason we like it a ton is because it touches all parts of the game. Like, you need to go to a bunch of different places to actually get layer keys. And so if layer bosses in the end game are a thing that provide access to seasonal progression, that kind of naturally disseminates out to the entire game experience, which we really, really liked. So we actually want to keep that going forward, and we'd like to use that
Words do be hard.
on top of any other ways that the player can earn seasonal reputation or seasonal currency in a given season. And the same is true not just in Torment, but across the entire game through elites and bosses granting seasonal reputation. Whenever you kill any elites or any boss in the game in Season 9, you are going to earn seasonal reputation. And this is tying directly into that problem we were having where, we felt really pressured to go to Apparition Incursion. We love the seasonal content, and we love the Heraldric Strong Rooms, and we love all the new amazing Nightmare Dungeon updates. But we also want to make sure that if you end up finding yourself in Helltide or in a stronghold because you felt like it, you're actually earning progress, and the game's rewarding you for playing it, basically.
This makes me so happy because I'm a very scatterbrained player. I'm always, I'm going to do this activity, then this one, then this one. But now I get to feel good all the time.
Yeah, that's the hope.
So thank you for that. That's awesome.
Of course. So that's the hope with this update. And I just want to reiterate, there are still going to be really powerful and good ways to earn seasonal reputation and currency,
There it is.
specifically through interacting
Hi,
with the
Chris.
season. These are on top of all of that other stuff, so that you can just go do a bunch of cool stuff. So yeah, that's that. And let's talk more about the nightmare sigils and what's coming with that. So we talked a little bit about it when Dan was talking about this, and I actually want to preface this section with something that's not listed here, but I think you guys might want to know. You can now teleport to nightmare dungeons from inside a nightmare dungeon. We wanted to make that update just a quality of life change because this was Season of the Nightmare Dungeon. So there you go. It's going to be a lot smoother to go from
nerfing
Nightmare Dungeon to
Earthquake.
Nightmare Dungeon in Season
That's
9
all I
and going
remember.
forward in Diablo 4. Very happy about that because it was kind of annoying to have to leave the dungeon and then go to the next one.
Thank you.
But that's no longer a thing. Okay, with that out of the
Little
way,
lady.
let's talk about these new affixes and what's so cool about them. So,
They're very
in live
sad.
right now, there were only 2 positive affixes
This
in the
one
game. There was
cried,
like an
basically,
experience
when I came
affix and a
back.
gold affix.
Her eyes were all
and that ended up
weepy.
getting pared down over time. And we kind of wanted to take a step back and be like, how can we inject a lot more depth and ways for you to like find what you're actually looking for in a nightmare dungeon? And so what we decided and landed on was we wanted to make a lot more positive affixes, and we wanted to assign a rarity system to them, so that sometimes when you
Well, the
crafted or
nerf is
found
until
a
next
Nightmare
season
Dungeon
anyway,
sigil,
so
you'd get really rare ones that were really powerful, and other times you'd get normal ones, but ones that might give you like a specific kind of reward, which can be really useful. And so here, for example, we have the Herodic Materials Reserve. This one gives you a smattering of different resources that you might need. So if you find yourself low on Forgotten Souls or other kinds of resources, you can specifically go to this Nightmare Dungeon and stock up on that stuff. And we have some other affixes like that, for example, specifically gems or different kinds of gems, which also helps you stock up on whichever kinds of gems you might be needing. And then there are, of course,
weird.
still like the experience one and the gold one and a lot of other miscellaneous affixes that will just, hopefully be really fun to just go in and poke around and pick which ones are the best for you. And another thing I really wanted to call out is that we specifically wanted to avoid penalizing specific elements or builds in negative Nightmare Dungeon affixes. So something we saw earlier in Diablo's development, or excuse me, Diablo 4 being live, was there were negative affixes that would say, you deal less shadow damage or whatever. And if your build was a shadow build, that kind of didn't feel great. And so we wanted to make sure that all of these negative affixes were more agnostic of speaking directly to your build, but still provided a challenge. And so with these 2 changes together, we're really hoping that we're going to see a lot more variety and depth in actually engaging with Nightmare Dungeons, and that they're not going to feel too frictioned, or you're not going to find a Nightmare Dungeon that just that feels like it's telling you, no, you're not allowed to play me. Like, we don't want that happening. And again, this is a permanent update to the game. We've done this because it is, a season very heavily focused on Nightmare Dungeons, which was like the perfect time to do this. And now we're super stoked that it's going to be going forward.
They came up to me and were like, giving me a thorough
There's a lot of
sniff.
different affixes. Let us know how they feel, run through these dungeons. Let us know how interacting with the mechanics in them works, and if you like it or not. And we'll be able to take that feedback and make the system even better for Season 9's launch.
Yeah, that was actually a question that Addiction had in Twitch chat, which is, are these dungeon changes permanent? And so for this section, all these changes that Aizen's speaking to are permanent, and the same thing with Escalating Nightmares and Herodic Strong Rooms. Those are going to persist beyond the 2.3.0 PTR in Season 9. So, and then everything Aizen's getting to now, that's all going to affect the Eternal and Seasonal and will be permanent. So,
correct.
Yeah, super nice, super good changes.
Yes, super excited about it. All right, cool. Yeah, I think we have an asset here kind of showing off what you might be able to find in a Nightmare Dungeon. So
Look,
that
a mirror.
nifty little purpley mirror thingy is a Herodic artifact, which is a part of one of the new affixes that you'll actually find when venturing into Nightmare Dungeons. And of course, our rogue is getting rid of this pesky blood blister. So yeah, can't wait for you to try it all out. It's going to be fun. Next up, we have, drum roll, please.
Big one. I'm so excited.
I'm very, very happy and excited and proud to be able to say we are increasing the quality of items per Torment tier. And what this means is when you go into Torment 2 or then further into 3 or 4, you are going to find more ancestral items. You are going to find more ancestral items from all sources. This includes lair boss drops. When you go and fight a lair boss in a higher Torment tier, you are going to have a better chance at finding ancestrals when you climb those torments. This is true throughout the world when things are just dropping randomly. This is true in the pit. This is true everywhere. We really like this change. We think that it rewards you for ascending the Torment tier in a very impactful, like we say, punch you in the face kind of way. And it's not so intense that it feels required, though, to go to higher torments. And that's something we also really want to make sure we get right, because we want to ensure that we're enriching the progression journey for all players, regardless of where you are in the game right now. And so, again, we keep saying this, but this is going to be a test realm. So please go on, try this out, see if you can feel the difference. And, can you feel the difference? Can you not feel the difference? Do you like the difference between these different torment tiers and the loot quality changes that are occurring between them? And that's just another topic that we'd love to hear your feedback on. All right. And with that said, let's just talk about a bit of more miscellaneous reward economy stuff. So here, there's some more miscellaneous feedback that we got from Season 8 that we want to just improve on for the game so that everyone just has more fun. We hear you guys about legendary rune drop rates. We know that those were too low. So we've just increased the chance across the whole game to get that back to a point where it feels like if you are playing a lot and you really are trying to make progress towards like crafting a mythic, that's feasible. Another thing where, again, the big reward moments, we want to make sure that when you actually run a Tribute of Harmony, it feels like a big burst. Like it's like, oh, yes, okay, cool. This is a lot of runes. This is fantastic. And so now if you really do want to find a lot of those runes, Tributes of Harmony are going to be a really good bet. We also kind of just want to inject identity into Undercity Tributes in general, that they now all just drop a rune always. So now just in general, going to the Undercity, you're going to find more runes than you certainly would have before. And that just applies to all different kinds of tributes. The Whisper Cache resource increase one is actually split among 3 different Whisper Caches. So we were finding that the Gold Whisper Cache, the Materials Whisper Cache, and the Gem Fragment Whisper Cache just weren't really giving you enough for the opportunity cost against the other kinds.
Ass cheeks.
So we just bumped up how much those are giving you of their respective thing pretty substantially. You can also now actually find whole gems inside Gem Fragment Whisper Caches. And it's only a chance for some of the good ones. Like, for example, I think there's actually a very small chance to find a grand gem now in a gem cache, which is a lot of gem fragments, so it's not a very high chance.
You gotta stop making my day. That sounds so cool. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let's go. And oh yes, this is one of my personal favorites. So we saw that the Jewelers of Sanctuary had adopted some wanderer unfriendly practices, and their caches were perhaps a bit too expensive. And we have decided to, crack down on that and make sure that they are being more friendly to our wanderers. So now here we have these different jewelry cache types. Their cost has been significantly reduced. And on top of that, not only has their cost been significantly reduced, but they're going to give you quite a bit more actual jewelry. So with the gem fragment increases, or rather like the different sources of getting more gem fragments and the reduced cost and the increased stuff from the caches, they should be more lucrative. And finally, talking about gems, we have increased the amount of gems you're going to be getting from Infernal Hordes as well.
More gems.
Punch you in the face. At this point, I'm sorry if I've given you a bloody nose, but that's
lots of face punching today. Yeah. There's a through line in the stream.
Yeah.
Poison puddles and
We're
face
rated
punching.
M for excitement.
There you go. Thank you guys for listening to the systems updates. There's a lot to unpack here, and these kinds of updates are sometimes a little challenging to test within a PTR environment because you're getting like all these boosts, and it only lasts a short period of time. But if this kind of stuff interests you, please, by all means, test it out. Let us know what you think. Give us all the feedback on it you want, because everything is just super valuable for us to tweak it to make it even more awesome.
Yeah, like as Dan said, Dan did, as I'm citing Dan, one of the things he said is like, now is the time that we can turn the knobs and really juice things up. So definitely go in and like take your time with a lot of these changes. Some of them might not feel, impactful at first, but like really get a feel for how things have shifted, because there are so many different components
only sour
in this
for
PTR that it's gonna, there's a ton of different influences from all the different areas of the game. So that's really exciting. I'm super excited to check those things out, get some more jeweler caches.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Yeah.
So the 230 PTR, so some just general reminders for everyone watching. It's going to be exclusively on PC BattleNet, and it'll be available from May 27th until June 3rd. So get in, test it out, please give us your feedback. The PTR forums, the Diablo 4 PTR forums will be open. That'll be the best place for you to drop your feedback. Of course, we will be monitoring our socials as usual, but we will be definitely looking into the forums to get most of the feedback there. The PTR boost will be available right outside of Kiovashad. Marak, our favorite dancing demon's there. Marak, he's got to be getting fit for the summer. His offerings are so diversified this time around. Like, you can really segment out between seasonal currency into the different like item caches. Like, there's a lot of great custom boost that you can get from Marak. So he is there. He's in Kirovashad. He's happy to see you, as always. And yeah, give us your feedback on the PTR forums. We're really looking forward to it, but definitely get in there and test and give us all your feedback. And with that,
unless I wonder
that brings
if
us to
it
our
will let
Q&A
you.
portion of the stream. So hopefully you've been dropping your questions in Twitch chat. We're really excited to get into
Because the PTR, I feel
but
like
first
it's
off,
like
we
free.
do want to take a moment to address our first question, which is, what are we potentially doing about reliquaries? So this is our first stream since Season 8 launched with the Reliquary. It was our team's first big swing at changing the battle passes in a big way, you know, bringing in different rewards, more enhanced rewards, giving some more choice to the players. We have heard your overwhelming feedback. We know that this is a system with some mixed feelings. And so we are looking, the team is working very hard in the background. We are looking to bring some more things into the Reliquary to really give you some of that value. And, you know, this is something we've been talking about a lot. Thank you all for the feedback on it. We've been reading that, you know, across forums and socials ever since the season launched. And do note, we do have an event Reliquary that is coming up around the corner. So in a couple weeks, pretty soon.
I think it's free for PTR since it's such a short
but it is something the team has noted.
thing.
We don't have a timeline on it, but it is something that we will implement in the future. So
After
thank
lunch,
you again for that.
bon appetit, Chris.
Additionally, with Season 8, we also had the Berserk collaboration, which, like, Aislinn, I know you've got the Brand of Sacrifice on right now. Like, you're a huge Berserk fan. I became a fan once we started the IP collab. It's been really fun seeing all the, like, Guts and Griffiths running around in game. But again, we have heard your feedback on that IP collaboration, and we've taken that into account. And for those of you that know the roadmap, we do have another IP collab coming down the pipe in the future. So we want to take that feedback from the Berserk collab and really integrate that into the future offerings so that we can, you know, better diversify and change up some of the ways that you access those pieces of content from the IP collab. So again, thank you very much for your feedback. We do really appreciate it. You know, ongoing game dev is an iterative process, and the community is a very big part of that. So we very much appreciate it. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you for that. And yeah, with that, let's get into Q&A. Okay. So thank you. Shout out to the community team for grabbing all these questions. What are we going to start off with? All right. Renata Kane. This one I might send this one to Dan first. Will you be able to find Heraldric strongholds inside Escalating Nightmares?
Yeah, you absolutely will. Escalating Nightmares are nightmare dungeons, and so any feature that you could find in a nightmare dungeon, including the affixes we talked about, and also including Heraldric strong rooms, will appear in that flow.
Nice.
Awesome. Love that. The Rudder. These new dungeon changes will be available in the Eternal Realm at the start of next season?
Yes, the Nightmare Dungeon affix changes. I think I might need to throw it to Dan. No, they're permanent additions to the game, so yeah, they should be available in Eternal. They should all be available in Eternal.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. One other question. I didn't have this. It didn't
They
catch
did
the
a
name
little
as
bit
it was
of
flying
class
past, but people were asking,
balancing.
where is mouse and keyboard on console?
And there's some
that is still
new
coming
uniques for
with
every
Season 9.
class.
However, because the 2.3.0 PTR is exclusive to PC, we're not going to test console changes. However, that is still coming. So fear not.
But otherwise, not so bad.
Wow, okay, I have to read this question just because of the username. Big Daddy Den 76. This one's for you, Charles. With Soul Rift
some of
not
the
generating
uniques sound
barrier,
really cool though.
how is
There's
Necromancer
one
going to
make
gain
druids have
defense?
poison with their
There's lots of
pulverize,
different options for Necromancer
and
to
then
gain
one
defense.
for
You've
sorceresses
got,
to have bigger
some
hydras.
new options in the
Big
seasonal
Dargans.
Heraldric,
I don't remember the rest.
spellcraft. You've got
I remember
Fortify
the
for
name
some of the
of
blood magic.
the Spiritborn
You've got
one, but I
other
don't
ways
remember what it
of
did.
generating barrier, but not just on Soul Rift. They've got some passive and some other ways of generating barrier from legendaries.
Yeah.
And you may just need to
I want to do the
access
poison,
some of the
poison
defensive
pulverize,
legendary
and when you
options that are out there,
pulverize
which,
your,
typically been
when you
very
pulverize, it
underutilized
makes a
just
poison
because
puddle.
you
When you
had other
pulverize
ways
again,
of
the
solving that
puddle
defense.
splashes.
We still think Soul Rift will be pretty appealing because it has, like a lot
Build
of
a Heraldric spell,
resource
yeah.
gain.
Yeah, so the
but if you really
seasonal
want
stuff
pure
is
defense,
cool.
Then maybe look at some of the blood skills. Maybe look at Bone Storm instead,
Hopefully,
which still has a
it
large
looks
damage
cool.
reduction component attached to it as well.
You kind of build it yourself.
Fantastic. Mippy, are there any updates on tempering and masterworking?
Yeah, so tempering and masterworking is something that we have been talking about internally. You know, we don't have anything to share exactly yet about how we would want to tweak the system. So hang tight. But I can say, in terms of a quality of life update, in 2.2.2, so the patch coming out in Season 8, we are actually going to be updating the amount of non-gold, non-obdicite resource and materials that it costs to masterwork from rank 1 to 4 and on the reset. And the reason why is because we were seeing that people that were getting pretty far into the end game would end up like effectively deprecating the need for the gold and even potentially the obdicite, and then getting blocked by those other resources. But that was never actually the intent of the system. It was there, those resource costs were there to like slow you down basically, or just rather friction you in other ways, and tax those resources, never to be like the primary thing that blocks you. And so we don't want that to happen, so we've pulled back pretty significantly on how much that actually costs.
Yeah.
But beyond that, stay tuned as we keep filtering through feedback, and please keep giving us feedback.
Thebes.
That's really great, Ethan. Like, I
Oh
know we've
yeah,
all
for
been
the
masterwork
rope,
blocked at
the
specific points, so
unique that
anything
they're
to reduce
adding,
friction in that system
you can
is pretty
overexert
great.
yourself, but every
Liam, this
time
one's
you
for
do,
you.
it takes
Scroll
away
of
10%
Wisdom.
life.
With a
But you
system
go
like Herodic spells being this
really
awesome,
fast
are
with
you
your
looking
flurry.
to maybe make it a permanent part of the game? I already feel sad knowing it's going to leave the game with the next season's power.
So I can't specifically speak on that, but what I will say is nothing is ever truly gone because we are developers. We have access to everything, right? So and this is a game that will continue to evolve and evolve. So
Fast
the
as
team
fuck,
hasn't talked about
boy.
it. I can't say anything definitive, but you know, we love all the seasonal stuff we
But
create.
it can't.
and,
Well, it won't
who
kill
knows
you.
for the future.
Yeah, it's something we've seen in previous seasons
But
where,
if
like,
something boops you,
way
you
back
will
in
die.
season 2 when we first did the vampiric powers, we brought some of them back as some of the more popular ones back as unique items. Once again, we're not committing to any particular bringing back, but it's always on our radar, and that's why we love hearing feedback about the things that really resonate with players, and then that can help us to design future systems, whether it be future seasonal or future kind of those permanent systems as well. We're always listening to that, and it's always on the table to bring them back, the ones that really resonate with players.
Nice. Party Cannon 1990, very fun name. Will there in the future be a possibility
your
that the
HP, so
nightmare
it takes
sigils
up
can have
10%
active
of your
whispers
life
shown on them?
every time you overexert.
Yeah, that's another thing that we've seen a lot of folks talk about.
And then when you
it's
get
something we're
too low to take
interested
more
in
life,
exploring
then
that
it stops.
space, because it's a really fun and kind of a natural connection. Right now for season 9, that's not something that's going to be directly in the season, but we do look to make these kinds of changes going forward pretty consistently. So if that's something you feel strongly about, please keep letting us know, and we will we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely. This one, Charles, I feel like I already know what you're going to say to this. Cop Mando, will there be any more balance changes for the current season?
For season 8, the current season that is live.
Oh, actually, yeah. For the current season, yeah.
Currently, no. There's no plans for any more balance changes on season 8, the season of bosses that's currently live on the game. We've updated our seasonal balance cadence a little bit. So now, starting in season 8 and going forward even into season 9, we're going to have the PTR before the season. That's when we do kind of our initial batch, like, hey, these are the balance changes we're looking at. We take in a lot of the feedback from the PTR, and then we iterate on it, and we when it goes live, the season goes live, we say, hey, here's the live season. We'll take the immediate feedback from that if there's any kind of progression breakers, things that are really outlier, things that we kind of missed, or an interaction that, oops, that wasn't intended, and we'll try to make a rapid reaction within the first week or two of a season to bring it bring it down to earth, or to bring
just
some
your
of those builds
total.
that are really underperforming our mark and bring those up a little bit. But after that point, our intention is to really let the
If it
season
lowers
ride,
your
right?
it takes away your life from your health pool as you're overexerting, so you can heal.
And we really want to respect that time investment. And we don't want to come in and say,
takes away
oh,
your
just
maximum,
kidding,
then
we're
that
going to
would be
dramatically
really
change the
bad.
meta on you right after you've already done all that investment. We just know that's going to feel bad for everyone involved. And so we've really committed to making fast, rapid reactions right after that season launch, within a week or two, and then letting it ride from there until the end of the season, until the next season when we kind of repeat the cycle again.
Yeah, honestly, it's like I'm really glad at the way we do it too, because like even for season 8, having it be a bit of a shorter season, it would be so rough to, you're like, okay, I've got these 2 months with, with my build and with these boss powers, so then to have, almost like the rug pulled halfway through and being unable to really get into the nitty gritties of it and stick with that build. So
yeah, and that gives us as developers and like designers looking at this data and thinking about these balance changes, it allows us to kind of take our focus off season 8 and focus more on season 9. And so, we're going to be putting out higher quality balance changes and higher quality releases by kind of moving on from a season to focus on the next one earlier. That just gives us more time to look at that data and really deliver high quality releases season over season.
So,
well, you can't
please
die
play
from
the
it
PTR,
though,
because we're all a bunch of nerds. And I promise you, when you're playing the PTR,
like
we are
you
watching
can't kill
and we are
yourself with
just
it, because
reading
it'll
all the
just
things
stop
being said,
if you're
and
gonna.
It is so fun and meaningful to us to see people reacting and giving us new ways to improve the things we've made.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. 110%.
150.
we will be reading your feedback. Do not worry about that. Karoi Nekamata. I think, Liam, this will be, it could be one for you, but maybe for the whole team.
Good job,
Would you
Trevor.
consider the possibility that one can disable the effects of other players, or at least dim them down, so that one is not always flashed when, i.e., Sorks, like 4 Sorks are running around? And I could see that with the powers coming in this season. They are so bright and visual that
Do you like a cookie?
a busy stream.
It's probably a bit, the Herodric spells are pretty insane, and I know like we've had Earthquake Barbarians running around covering the ground with, broken ground.
Guilty.
Yeah. So this is definitely things we're considering. Like we all, play the game and we play in parties, so we know what it's like when everything is just cluttered
We
and
have to
insane.
wait in line to
I
open.
can't speak to broadly everything. I've heard bits and pieces. You could talk about that, Charles or
What do you
Aislinn.
mean?
But I know with the Herodric spells, we are making use of some tech to
2
do that on
cookies.
some of
Don't
the
get greedy
powers,
now.
such as with the pets, the cosmic anomalies. You're not going to see 100 cosmic anomalies
boss
floating
chests?
and
Oh.
going everywhere. They're going to be kind of dimmed
You
out,
can't
very
open
similar
it
to like the Necromancer
at the
minions.
same time?
We'll be using that kind of thing for them.
No one mentioned.
This is a kind
no
of
one mentioned that.
overarching pain point that I think surfaces from time to time, which is very reasonable and fair. And it's something that the team considers, especially with every new release, the Herodric
haven't-
Spellcraft. I'm glad we're doing that.
When I was doing boss
and
runs, I
it's-
wasn't opening the
it's,
chest. I
it's
was
something
trying to
that
get
they
stuff for
take
Jake.
into with a lot of consideration, and they want to protect the visual clarity of the game, but they also want to make sure that people can see the things they want to see. So if there are certain things that crop up that you find particularly egregious in that way, especially during the PTR, please play the PTR. Let us know, and we can get that information to the team, and we can talk about it.
Oh, yeah. I got a question here from Airsoft Daniel. At Diablo, what changes will
I don't
be made
think
to
they do
reliquaries
either.
in Season 9 to provide more value to paying players? So kind of similar to what I addressed at the start of the stream, we do have some changes coming in to get some more content into reliquaries. It's unclear as to whether or not that's going to be hitting in Season 9. It will be in the future, so Season 9 is probably too soon for those changes to hit. However, we are looking to inject more of that content into the reliquaries moving forward, so it's definitely something to look out.
And they moved too
to
much
look
of the
out for.
team to
Probably
the
not Season 9,
expansion.
but definitely in the future. And I think we've got time for one.
Like they make it sound
last
like they have this giant
question.
team, but then it's like,
Let's
where's
see.
the team?
Ice Panther. This one's for you, Charles. Are you bringing out any more new items, ancestral or mythics, into the new season?
So for the new season, we're going to be releasing 1 new unique item per class, the ones we highlighted on stream here.
You just fired a bunch?
No more, there's no additional items, unique or legendaries that we didn't talk about. But there
They
will
need
be
to
some
get a
new,
bigger team back, 'cause
relatively
they need
new
to stop having
legendary
these
effects,
insane
because we did
bugs.
some substantial reworks of, we basically said, hey, this was something that talked to Grizzly Rage was my main example, and we just kind of completely changed its effect. So in some way, those are kind of new, but they don't, they're not brand new in terms of like a brand new legendary to collect.
And we didn't go over those reworked legendaries explicitly on the stream, but they are going to be testable in the PTR.
They'll be testable in PTR. They'll be in the patch notes blog once this is done. There just was like a handful, and because they were kind of reworks, we're naturally limited on time. This stream is already going quite a while. So we wanted to make sure that
That's what I'm
we,
struggling
there
with.
are more class balance changes and more
Pizza.
content
Nice, Chris.
than we even talked about here. So make sure you check out the blog afterwards for all those
People
details.
assigned strictly
Absolutely.
to D2R.
And that brings us to the end of the Q&A portion of the stream.
It's
which
actually
brings us
one
to the end
person
of the
that's
stream.
assigned
So,
to
yeah, if you're
D2R
still
and
watching,
D3.
thank you for sticking with us. This one has been a beefy stream for sure. Patch notes and the
Spinach and
PTR blog
cheese.
are going to be hitting following this stream. It is a very, very substantial blog, so we will have all localized languages available.
Mine's
early
been
next
hella
week.
laggy since
But you can check those out when
season
those do go
6.
live. The PTR is going to be available from May 27th to June 3rd on PC Battle.net. I want to give a huge thank you to all the developers that have been here today. Dan coming in all the way from Albany, thank you for hanging with us this whole time. It's been really great hanging out with
but
you
it's
again,
actually
chatting
only
new
one.
season. And to all of you at home, thank you for tuning in. Like Aislinn said to start the stream, we love that you played Diablo 4. We love being a part of this process, and you guys are a very big part of that. Thank you to our production crew. There's a ton of hands that work behind the scenes to make these streams possible. They work very tirelessly. So thank you to them for helping bring these streams to life. And yeah, we will see you all for the 230 PTR.
Right?
We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Hell yes.
Oh, and stick around following the stream because we will have a Diablo creator. We're going to be rating RizarJ on both, RizarJ on both YouTube and Twitch. So stick around for more great Diablo 4 content. But yeah,
Awesome.
we'll see you in the 230 PTR. See you in Sanctuary.
Yep.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Thank you.
And Riz is getting the raid. Whoop whoop. And we're gonna raid Riz too. Rizarj. Yeah. I want to see his reaction. Meow. Relax, Lucy. Have to run on medium. I was too much. I don't want to self-promo. Wait. Do you stream too? Hey, there was like 3,000. They waited too long to send that raid though.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
There we go. He got it. Meow. Relax, Lucy. Oh, hell yeah.
What's going on, everybody? I'm just working on getting some chill beats going.
Moo.
Welcome, Raiders.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? Did you enjoy that stream or what?
Oh, my cat's yelling at me. He doesn't play Overwatch. I know, right? Where are you, cat? Gato. Oh, hi. Here. Come here. Meow. Yeah, he was pulling up the patch notes, that's why. You stay here, kitty. But, any music, I can hear my own thoughts. See. Here, goosey. I've been wanting to learn Spanish for so long. Oh my god. So loud. So I finally do it. I have 2, but the other one doesn't really climb on my desk. This one though is very clingy. Oop. Alright, man, go have fun. Yeah, imagine, Trevor, if we went at the same time. We were just like 2 resorts away. Could have said hi. Could have met up on the beach. Hey, kitty. Stop trying out my desk. I'll hold you like a baby, and I know you hate that. Yeah. But I guess in less than a month. What time's your flight on Thursday? That day, day 19th? Let's go next year. We actually we might do a couples trip for March break. Oh, you're driving? Oh, right, because of Max. What time are you planning to be here? Do 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 do. Perro. Couples trip, yeah. It's gonna get crazy. After 3 p.m. on the 19th? Okay, that's not bad. Can go to you'll be able to check in, take a shower, relaxo. Boom. We can make babies? No. No babies yet. Posted? I'm gonna go look. Lucy. Aww. Kitty. What's your kitty's name? Wait, your kitty has a matching sock to mine. Sock. This one. Sock. It's the same color. Lucy's like, what? What are you doing to me? Oh, no, baby. No, baby. Gizmo. Oh. Sky also has the same matching sock. And Sky's a tabby cat. Nice. That's cute. You're so needy. Okay, fine. You can walk on my desk. Oh. Oh, the other one's coming. Or Lucy's gonna hunt her. We'll see. I know. He's gonna get her. 4 babies, quadruplets. That's crazy. Glad she's okay, cause that's a strong feat. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. That's a lot. That's a lot of babies. My brother and his wife got twins. Twins is a little easier than quadruplets. No one's ever okay from having 4 kids. I mean, the recovery might take a little longer. But if it was a C-section, I guess I feel like a C-section scar takes forever to heal. A lot of people always say that there's hurts for so long after. But yeah, how do you guys feel about the changes? I might actually play the PTR. The C-section, yeah. Oh, look who decided to come back. Poop for Finn. Finn's officially a certified hater. Whack. Yeah. Uh-huh. Ah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot. Poop for Finn. I'm so ready for a nap. I don't know. The whole time on the trip, like, I didn't even have any caffeine. And I was, like, wide awake, fired up no matter what. But I guess the booze was just that good. It was just that good. Bye, Chris. Adrenaline, yeah. And, like, yesterday, I took a nap. And then I was just still so tired. So tired. And last night I like slept, but I woke up a lot. But she was always angry at her husband. She would say to him after the labor, "You did this to me." Yeah, he did. Even though it takes two to tango. He had some strong ass swimmers, I guess. But anywho, I am gonna go get dinner ready because I'm hungry. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back. And hopefully more awake. And thanks, Vin. You too. And I'll see you tomorrow. And we're gonna go raid Riz and stuff. So I appreciate you. And we're gonna yell wieners at him. Thanks, Guz. You can't type. That's okay. I can't either. I'm trying to make the... How's this go? Try and make the raid message and it's the hardest thing ever. Alright, first one if you're not subbed, second one if you're subbed. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Bye.